And you're unmuted.
Okay.
They can hear you. And also the call. They will be right. Just have fire. I have to use this. No, she tried to go over there. They all can. You're all done with me. You're recording. I'll kick you out. Kick you out. Yeah, he told me to go sit down and be quiet. That's all. What did you say?
Stack up in my truck. Get the, gonna take it out. Maybe, yes.
Y'all sign in, please. Y'all sign in.
Like cheap casino. I went to have the big order there and I'm like, come on. Like as much as I'm gambling up here, you give me a big order, so.
Yeah, I can see it's real hard to see now.
Lorraine, are you ready? Are you recording?
I don't have it recording on here.
Well, or,
That'll be the recorder.
okay. We're ready to get started.
Okay. Real quick, now they've changed.
You'll sign in, please. We're going to go ahead and get started this evening with the City of Centerton Board of Zoning adjustments with a roll call.
Okay, Jeff Seyfarth.
Here.
Joey Engel.
Here.
Kevin Murphy.
Here.
Frank Langford. Ray Harris.
Here.
Here.
Dan Lewis.
Here.
And Tony Davis.
Here. All right, there are no minutes to approve, no old business. First thing under new business this evening, we have several public hearings, actually. The first one is a public hearing for Variance 2201 for the Pomeroy Place Apartments expansion and a building setback. It's at 589 North Main Street. It's zoned R4 multifamily, asking for a reduction of side yard setback from 20 to 12.5 feet. The developer is Cadence Holdings. And is the applicant here to give us an overview or request what you're asking for?
We're going to do both variances or just the one right now?
We're going to do them separate.
Okay, this one is the setback. Okay. So on this one, we're asking for George King Blue and Associates. On this one, we are asking for a side setback reduction. We needed the space to be able to incorporate parallel parking, incorporate a 6-foot sidewalk, and have enough green space in between the building and the sidewalk in order to incorporate the fire access and the paths to each one of the sidewalk units. With the setback, we just barely making that work. I think we have maybe 2 foot of green space between the sidewalk and the building itself in certain areas. Might be a little bit more than that, maybe 2 to 4. But we're asking for the setback because we can't really fit the building here otherwise. We're only asking for it on one side because the idea is to make a lot combination for the other side. So at this point, that's the only setback, the rear setback that we're asking for.
All right, Eric, you want to give us a staff overview?
Fortunately, I'm having trouble with my computer getting to work. Want to offer their report?
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's faster.
So the applicant has requested a variance under the Pomeroy Apartments for a 7-foot encroachment into the 20-foot side setback on Eddie 060269 000 in a high-density multifamily residential zone. Part of the project to expand on the Pomeroy Place apartments. That's pretty much the gist of it.
Any questions from any of the commissioners before we open it up to the public? All right, at this time, we will go ahead and open it up to the public, and I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to.
Mr. Jerry, I'll second.
Motion is second. Is anyone opposed? We're now opening a public hearing in regards to this variance request. If someone wishes to speak or have any questions or wish to address the Board of Zoning Adjustments at this time, we'd ask that you come to the podium and state your name and address, and then any questions, comments, or anything that you might have in regards to this request. Is there anyone from the audience that wishes to speak? Second call for anyone who wishes to speak. And third and final call for anyone who wishes to speak in regards to the variance for the Pomeroy Place Apartments. You need to just stand up so that we can at least hear, and your name and your address, please.
My name is Kara Ducharme, and I've been here more than once. Question, traveling down Main Street, and this is something that may or may not be addressed or can be answered. On Main Street, where it's lists, there's already plenty of like roadway that is, it's too narrow. How is that going to affect that if this new section that they're already constantly having to fill the road, fix spots there on Bliss, turning onto Main where those apartments currently sit? How is this addition that is going to be more south of that, where the road still is very narrow? How is that going to affect the roadway there with the traffic the way it is?
I think it'll add more traffic. I don't think anybody would argue with that.
No doubt.
Unfortunately, that is a state highway. And I don't know of any plans as of right now. I don't know, Lance.
Well, how does the setback affect that? I guess is what I'm
It
asking.
shouldn't affect that at all. Because they have to allow for enough room for an expansion based on what we have planned in our long range planning. They have to allow for enough setback to allow for an expansion there at some point if it happens.
Believe the setback's interior to the site, so it's not on.
It's not any of the streets. The adjacent property line.
So they have to allow for expansion in the future. What is most likely what we would request as part of that.
Can you highlight the area we're looking at, Naeem?
The setback reduction? The road is over here. This is Main Street over here, over here to the east. And the setback would be the setback that would be next to the adjoining property, which is an old easement that doesn't exist any for anybody right now.
Okay.
So it wouldn't
That's not
affect
a
anything.
setback from Main Street.
Hi, my name's Jen Hicks. I live on Fox Run Circle. I live on Fox Run and it runs parallel to Bliss. So I'm one of 12 houses that have the Pomeroy apartments as our back neighbors. For the setback and the request to allow less parking, I'm here to speak out against it. As a realtor, I know that we have a housing shortage in this area. And I understand the need for additional housing, but setback and parking limits are there for a reason. What is being discussed today is to allow exceptions to the rules so that the developer can squeeze additional housing into an area that cannot already accommodate it. As a resident of Centerton and one that has to use Main to get home every single day, the traffic on Main is already terrible. I have children that can't walk along Main just due to the fact that there's, no safe way for them to traverse that street. But also, the idea that we need to squeeze additional housing and allow for reduced parking just isn't a great idea. We do need additional and affordable housing badly, in fact, but the secret is out and we are continuing to grow, and we just need to allow for these sort of things to happen in areas that aren't already full to capacity. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to speaking with you again on a later issue.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in regards to the variance that's requested? If not, then I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
John, I'll motion to close the public hearing.
Joey, I second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? So this request is for the variance for the side yard setback. There is a variance after this as well that we will hold a public hearing that will involve the parking. So let's go through the considerations that we need to consider on the findings of fact. And the first one here, this will be our determining factor for granting or denying this. The first one is the preservation of intent, that the variance, if granted, is consistent with the purpose and intent of the regulations for the district in which development is located. No variance shall have the effect of permitting a use in any district that is not a stated permitted use, accessory use, or conditional use of that particular district. The applicant has a response which actually applies to all of the questions that we will consider. So I'm only going to read this once since it's rather lengthy instead of all 5 times. The applicant's response: the residential zoning regulations for R4 multifamily require a minimum side setback of 20 feet. We're requesting a variance from this requirement for the following reasons. At the time the developer was looking at the property and in conceptual design phase, the original zoning setback was 7.5 feet. Since then, the zoning setbacks have been revised to require 20-foot side setbacks. Due to the narrow nature of the lot, the proposed structures now encroach the setback minimum by 7 feet, providing an effective side setback of 13 feet. The proposed plan would allow for off-street parallel parking in front of the apartments with sidewalk access to buildings and a green space where utilities may be placed. The adjacent property to the south has no record of ownership in county records. Staff findings: the planned development of multifamily dwellings are a permitted use under R4 multifamily as per section 14.04.14 schedule of uses. No accessory structures planned for development. So from a preservation of intent, they want to build R4 multifamily units in this particular section. They're simply asking for the reduction. Any comments or questions or anything different than that from any of the commissioners?
I think from a use standpoint, it remains the same.
Does anybody disagree with the use part of it? Exceptional circumstances: that exceptional, extraordinary, or unusual conditions or circumstances applying to the lot, parcel, structure, or intended use exist that do not apply to other properties or uses in the same district, which are unique to the individual property under consideration. Again, the applicant submitted the same response as I read previously. Staff findings: no exceptional conditions and or circumstances result from the intended or proposed actions of the applicant. I would agree that there are no exceptional circumstances to this particular lot. in regards to this request. Are there any comments, discussions, or any disagreements with that from any of the commissioners? Hardship, not grounds for variance, that the special conditions and or circumstances do not result from the intended or proposed actions of the applicant. No variance may be granted solely on the basis of economic gain or loss. Again, the applicant's response was the same as before. Staff findings, the variance in the setback would allow enough space to install parking that would not be possible otherwise. I think, again, there's a lot of buildings that are on here, so there are certainly options in regards to that, right?
Yeah.
Wait, I skipped one, I'm sorry. Let's go back. Hardship, not grounds for variance, that the special circumstances, special conditions and or circumstances do not result from the intended or proposed action of the applicant. No variance may be granted solely on the basis of economic gain or loss. Again, their response, and no hardship has been presented. I would have a tendency to agree that there's not necessarily any hardship that's been presented. Does anybody disagree with that or have any comments or questions? Thank you, Joy, for keeping me on track. Preservation of property rights, that literal interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of substantial rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same district under the terms of this ordinance. Again, the applicant submitted the same response. Staff findings, the variance in the setback would allow enough space to install parking that would not be possible otherwise.
Disagree with that statement.
I think there are certainly other options available in regards to buildings and other options for the property that would still meet the needs from R4. Does anybody disagree with that? And the last one for us to consider, absence of detriment, that granting the variance requested will not create substantial detriment to adjacent property or that will materially impair or be contrary to the purpose and spirit of this chapter or the public interest. The applicant submitted the same response. Staff findings, the lot adjacent to the south side setback is abandoned and vacant, along with the parcel south of the vacant lot being owned by the city of Centerton. The nearest residence not across the street is 150 feet from the south side of the subject property. I don't think that it necessarily creates a detriment because they're going to continue to use it as a multifamily. Yes, it does get closer to other places. Certainly open for comments or conversation around that from any of the commissioners.
It could go either way. I mean, if there was a residence to the south, there would be detriment, I would imagine. But in this case, it's owned by the city, probably not going to be a residence there. So.
And then the other lot's just abandoned, correct? So no.
There's no ownership of it.
What is that south, what is the zoning for that south lot?
Well, the one that's abandoned?
The one that's abandoned, is there a?
Was that
It's
question?
an access easement that really has no title.
The whole lot, that large lot?
Yeah, it's-
20-foot section of the parcel that's abandoned, it's 20-foot section, so access easement back that has no title to it at all.
But did we find that it was truly, or you mean abandoned, vacated? Because I thought it was part of a street that had not been vacated.
It was part of a street. If you look at the original plan of the city of Centerton, it was supposed to be a road at one point in time. And I don't know if any history has been found on that. I know Bill was going to look into it as far as if it had been vacated, and if so, who was it vacated to? But as of right now, in the tax records and everything, it belongs to nobody.
When I did a research on this years ago, it had not been abandoned.
And we haven't found title that's been abandoned yet.
And it
So-
had not been vacated, so. And a lot of the city property doesn't show our name, the city's name on it anymore like it used to.
But the one below that is definitely city property.
We have a deed to it.
Okay, so George, if it has a potential to be vacated, maybe it's an option. You pick up half of that and get your space back.
I mean, that is an option to vacate that right away, but if the city would have to concur on that to vacate it.
Correct.
But that's why we were thinking that we had a discussion with Alan, and part of the reason is the original buildings and stuff I didn't bring up, but one of the original buildings, it has a 13-foot setback. Which is why originally we had this at a 7.5, but after discussion with city staff, they told us that they'd be in support because the other ones are 13, so we'd be getting the same one. But their 13 is actually, if you split that right away, that's where that property line is at. So they actually are even further down than we are, further south than what our buildings are showing currently.
13.5 feet on the other side, that was done in order for the city to be able to connect Key Street and Bliss. And so they make that is why that happened.
That 13.5, that's that other building that sits by itself.
They had it laid out and then we needed that connection. Fox Run was already built out. And so that's what happened. They reduced the setback to require that road right of way.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for consideration before we take a vote? Okay. Are there any other conditions that we would want to put forward? Then I would call for a motion in regards to the request for the variance. There is some suggested language either to grant or deny the request by the applicant.
As a reminder, we'll do it in the affirmative and take a vote on it.
Okay.
Thank you. Gotcha, Brian. This is Joey. Based upon the conclusions for each of our findings, I move to grant the request by Cadence Holdings for an encroachment of 7 feet into the required 20 feet setback in R4 multifamily, high density multifamily residential zone for 589 North Main Street.
This is Ben, I'll second.
We have a motion to grant and a second. Again, a yes is for and a no would be against at this point. Yes, sir.
I do have one question. So to make sure I understand this, so when the developer bought this lot, basically we changed the rules and midstream of the development as far as the adoption of the plan.
I think we'd have to go see when they bought the lot and how long it's been, but it sounds like George has been working on it since that.
When we first did the concept, we had it at a 7.5 foot setback. From what normally the way I do it is the first thing I do is draw in the setbacks. However, could I possibly have gotten it wrong? I'm not saying I couldn't have possibly gotten it wrong, but that was my understanding is that we did a 7.5 foot setback, side setback based on the zoning code at the time. And I think you got to change the zoning code sometime mid last year.
Setbacks changing for family.
I think
We approved the new zoning code back in October, it's either August or October of last year. This, of course, was submitted well after that, but as far as when we may have had concept meetings, I can't recall if that was prior to that or after, but I know that this particular development has come in after.
I think the
code was
bigger
amended.
question was, do you remember what, did the setbacks change when we did that?
It did for the multifamily, for R4 multifamily.
Because we wanted more separation.
Right.
The unique spot about this one is we don't know what happens to that south lot.
Yeah.
I don't think it should matter. I mean,
Because-
assume it's.
I hang my head a lot on the hardship, right? If a hardship,
And there's,
then there's no hardship. So now if we change the rules in the middle of the game, maybe.
well, technically we didn't on this one, I don't think.
Right, I don't think we did. So
So we have a motion, grant in a second. Lorraine, can you do the roll call for me?
Joey Engel.
No.
Devin Murphy. Harry Harris.
No.
Bill. John Sessions.
No.
Chuck Seyfarth.
No.
And Ben Lewis.
No.
And Tommy Davis.
Nope.
Did not pass. So with that being the case, do we need to consider the parking as well? Or do you think that your design will change?
If I vacate the right of way, then the setback issue is no longer an issue. So the parking, if I combine the lots, the parking issue is no longer an issue.
You want us to consider it this evening, or do you think you could always come back if at a later point you decide that you need it?
And
Whatever you. If it gets denied, it makes it more difficult, I believe.
let's go ahead and table it then.
So the developer has requested to table the public hearing for variance 2201 with the expansion for the parking and the exception. All right, next on the agenda this evening is also a public hearing. This is for a public hearing variance 2202, Saving Grace Building Setback. It is at 12161 West Arkansas Highway 72. As a reminder, it's zoned A1. And they're asking for a reduction of a rear yard setback from 25 to 2.5. And the developer, Saving Grace, is Becky here to give us an overview, or is the applicant here to give us an overview? Yeah, can you, if commissioners can speak up, I'm speaking as loud as I can, sorry about that. Maybe, I don't know if we can adjust or not, but as the commissioners can.
Hey, Bill,
Speak up.
can you turn this up?
Just for,
So I'm not Lee Mine from Sand Creek Engineering. I'm Tim Sorey from Sand Creek Engineering, representing Saving Grace tonight. Be happy to answer any questions, but basically what we have for Saving Grace and Becky, and I didn't know if she was planning on being here or not, but I haven't seen her. So what we've got is we've got that small building up front close to the highway that they will be utilizing as their office space. And it is an existing building, existing garage, existing non-conformity. But what they're wanting to do there is basically get that variance, be allowed to use that as their office space. And then the two larger homes on site will be the actual housing areas for their operation. And then they've got the barn and the stables, another small barn that is being utilized for in the arena, I guess, arena barn, and a small barn being utilized for their equestrian therapy, as well as garden spots and raising chickens and all the stuff that they're going to do out there. So specifically, we're talking about that front property bounded by the orange.
And they do not own the property to the west of them?
That is correct. There is that purple line. There's a fence that runs along that line. There are horses in that pasture right now to the west, and then it breaks back to the highway there to the north. And again, Joey, that garage is already attached to the building. They are wanting to make improvements to that area with parking spaces and whatnot, but I do not believe at this time they're expanding the building. And Maureen, I don't know what conversations Lee or anybody has had with staff.
No, they're
I
not
don't want them to speak.
expanding the building. They're going to be doing some renovations inside and adding parking, but not expanding the building in any way, shape, or form,
That was my understanding.
at least in this phase.
thanks, Tim. Diane, you want to give us a staff overview?
Yes. Like I said, this is the subject property, which is one small piece right here. They do have a concurrent development that is also going to come before you guys possibly at the next planning commission meeting. And they do own this parcel and this parcel also. Like I said, they're just discussing this one this evening. As Tim did mention, it is already existing in this way. They did not build it this way. As they purchased it, it came with it. So they kind of inherited the issue of where it's located. So they are asking that you guys consider letting them allow this. And right now it is a non-conforming use. So if they remove it or anything like that, they cannot put it back exactly. They would have to the setbacks. But for this, they are asking that it be allowed since it already exists as it is. Now there is one thing, and I know that we had discussed this before, if it was a non-conforming use, you know, what amount of changes would trigger it, would trigger it to have to conform, basically. And they are going to be doing renovations to it. I don't know the extent of the renovations. Obviously, anything on the interior is outside of most of our purview. That would be with the building department. And of course, you guys will have all of your same findings of fact to look at, but the applicant did provide information that the existing condition, can't read through my glasses, the existing condition for this parcel.
I'll read it.
Okay, you want to read? Okay, okay, perfect.
Yep, thank you.
Anything else that you would like me to cover before you open the public hearing?
I don't have anything.
Okay.
This time, we will go ahead and open it up to the public. So I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for variance 22-02.
It's Tony, I second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? At this time, we are open to a public hearing in regards to the saving grace building setback. As a reminder, it's at 12161 West Arkansas Highway 72. Does anyone here wish to speak or have any questions or comments in regards to the variance request?
Yeah, I do. I'll look behind that.
What's your name? Your address?
12231 Highway 72 West.
Thank you. Your question.
I own the property behind that. To the west, in that west? Yes. To the north. What will that do to me?
It really shouldn't do anything because it exists today. So essentially what happened here is they bought a piece of property. They're trying to bring it into conforming with all of the regulations that when they develop this, and develop meaning that they're going to maybe change the interior. So they're not asking to build anything in that area. They're simply saying, we have a building that doesn't conform. Can we make it conforming? So it really shouldn't do anything because it's specific to this particular piece. So it's whatever's there today is what they're asking.
I'll say just like it is.
It's a technicality is really what it is because they bought the parcel. Now, if they were requesting this to build something there, then yes, we would say, well, gosh, now they're going to have something that's closer to you than what would be normal. But in this case, it already exists today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak or have any questions?
Can I just ask on the map? I couldn't read the road. I'm not exactly sure where this is.
On Highway 72, north of Big Sky.
North of Big Sky. Okay, thank you.
It's a large kind of open parcel of land. It has, I think the fence is white maybe. And so just as you pass Big Sky, if you're going, if that's west, it's on the left-hand side of the road, just past that. Actually, I think adjoin it is where it is.
Thank you.
Third and final call for anyone that wishes to speak or have any questions in regards to this variance request.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for variance 2202.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, let's go through our findings of fact. And again, these are the things we need to consider for granting or denying this request. The first one, preservation of intent, that the variance, if granted, is consistent with the purpose and intent of the regulations of the district in which the development is located. No variance shall have the effect of permitting a use in any district that is not a stated permitted use, accessory use, or conditional use of that particular district. The applicant's response, the existing condition of this parcel is in violation of the A1 zoning code due to a garage that was constructed by previous ownership in the 25-foot rear setback. The current ownership would like to ask for a variance for this existing condition. The existing condition does not violate the intended use for the property, nor does it encumber any neighboring properties, other intended use, or future uses. Due to the setback violation being an existing structure, the current owners would like to improve the structure versus demolition, which would serve no purpose for ownership or neighboring properties. Due to the violation being an existing condition and not a request for special consideration, the ownership is simply requesting the ability to utilize the property in its existing condition per their rights as property owners. Per the intent of all city ordinances to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, this variance request, if granted, would not impair any adjoining property from utilizing the property as desired. Therefore, we contend that this variance meets the spirit of the Centerton zoning code. The staff findings is the existing garage is subject to Centerton non-conforming structures ordinance. The code states that these structures shall not be enlarged or altered in any such way as to increase their non-conformity, but that said structure upon approval of the Board of Zoning Adjustments may be added to if said addition meets the area requirements of the zoning district in which the structure is located, provided said use of structure is in conformance with this ordinance. The majority of the garage is within the agriculture A1 setback. However, the eastern portion is outside of the setback. The western edge is about 3 feet from the edge of the property line. If the existing structure is not expanded within the easement and the use remains compatible, it may be consistent with the intent of the ordinance. I happen to agree that they obviously bought the property. Structure existed. It was nothing that they did intentional to be non-conforming. Does any of the commissioners disagree with that, or any comments or questions?
I want to be clear, there is no request to expand that or do anything other than work on the existing structure, correct?
And I'm gonna come up here, just makes it easier. At this time, they have plans, but they're in a fundraising, but what plans they have for that would not create any other kind of encroachment at all. So they're not doing anything but
to that garage.
no.
Exceptional circumstances, that exceptional, extraordinary, or unusual conditions or circumstances applying to the lot, parcel, structure, or intended use exist that do not apply to other properties or uses in the same district, which are unique to the individual property under consideration. The applicant's response is the same as above. Staff findings, the structure was built by a previous property owner on a lot that itself is non-conforming by not meeting the minimum lot size requirements for the agricultural zoning district. I mean, I happen to agree. I mean, again, this is one of those that they inherited. It was not anything that they did to make it non-conforming. Any discussion or comments from any of the commissioners? Hardship, not grounds for variance, that the special conditions and or circumstances do not result from the intended or proposed actions of the applicant. No variance may be granted solely on the basis of economic gain or loss. The applicant's response is the same as before. Staff findings, the structure was built by a previous property owner on a lot that itself is not conforming by not meeting the minimum lot size requirements for the agricultural zoning district. The original construction of the structure is not the results of action taken by the applicant. This is one I agree with as well. I mean, I don't think there's any hardship, but we would be creating a hardship in my mind if we would not pass this. Just talking out loud. Any comments or anything from any of the commissioners?
Right, I agree. This is kind of like the reverse, right? Because I tend to look for the hardship. Well, the hardship, if we denied it, would be a hardship for, because I wouldn't be able to use it. So it's kind of like a reverse.
And again, they're not asking to expand it or change anything in regards to what it exists today. The absence of detriment, that granting the variance requested will not create substantial detriment to the adjacent property or that will materially impair or be contrary to the purpose and spirit of this chapter or the public interest. Again, the applicant's response is the same. The staff findings, the existing garage is located about 3 feet from the western property line. Depending on the new use of the garage structure, the proposed renovation has the potential to increase noise and activity in close proximity to the adjacent property. Again, we don't know exactly what they're going to do with it. I don't know that it creates any detriment to the neighbors. We don't know that yet. If it's an office, hopefully there wouldn't be a lot of noise, but we don't know that yet today, but it is something for us to consider. Any other comments or questions or any conditions from any of the commissioners before we consider a vote?
I think that they, should definitely follow the Centerton Municipal Code regarding non-conforming uses. If it's destroyed 50% or 2/3 destroyed, they would have to follow that.
Absolutely. So Tim, if you haven't seen those already, make sure that you have a copy of those. They're very clear and spelled out.
I would say while you have the adjacent property owner here, if there's any concerns, ideally we'd like to plant some trees, some screening or something, but to that property line. So maybe he would allow you to plant some trees on his property to screen him from the use, if that's a concern for him, but I don't think it'll be a sort of requirement. Yes, sir.
One more question. I run cows back behind y'all there, is that a problem?
No, sir, 'cause we're gonna keep the order, and that operation's gonna stay. and
Everything is gonna stay.
Everything's gonna stay the same. The main thing that they're gonna do ultimately, as far as any kind of improvements or growth, is farther back into the property. Part of the property way to the south. of you.
Yeah.
Down by the pond.
Down by the other
on
house.
lake, yeah.
Okay.
All right. This time I will entertain a motion. Again, there's some suggested language and we would do the same as we did before in the positive form. And from there, we will take a roll call vote.
John, on the conclusions for each of our findings, I move to grant the request by Saving Grace for encroachment of 22.28 feet. Require 25 feet setback, A1 agricultural zone for 12141 Highway 72, PID 0600048583. Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. If you would do a roll call vote, please. Sorry.
This is John. I motion to close the public hearing as well.
This is Joey, I second.
We already did it with
We
Joey.
did. We did. I checked it on my list, so we did.
Yeah, I've done it twice.
Such a nice motion. I get the second for your motion. Just start. Kevin Murphy,
Yes.
Frank Langford. No, he's gone. Terry Harris,
Oh, yes.
Joey Eagle,
Yes.
Jeff Sapar,
Yes.
John
Yes.
Amber Beal.
Yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
All right, it passes. Thank you, Tim. Well. All right, next on the agenda this evening is also a public hearing, and this is for variance 2203, Saving Grace lot size. Again, it's at 12161 West Arkansas Highway 72. It is zoned A1. They're asking for reduction in lot size area from 10 acres to 1.23 acres. Tim, if you'll give us an overview of what you're requesting.
Again, the overview would be they bought a piece of property that was non-conforming as far as the lot size in an A1. Their operation continues to mimic basically what has been going on out there as far as the use of that building and the surrounding properties. So it's still predominantly going to be an ag type operation for the bulk of the property. Obviously, there are some changes in use, but that lot that we're talking about in question where the office is non-conforming because in an A1, it was supposed to be 10 acres as opposed to 1 point whatever. And at this time, we do not want to replat, change, rezone. There will be future, hopefully I'll be in front of you again at some date in the future with further plans for Saving Grace. They have great dreams and high hopes. So, but right now they just want to be able to use that property as they purchased it.
Would the future use, and I think this would help you, would the future use require a different zoning classification?
I don't think so, but that's,
And
it would probably be conditional. Yes,
if it does, it kind of makes sense to keep it the small.
that's right. And I don't, one of the things that they've talked about doing initially when I met with them was a larger building along the frontage of the highway, but on down to the southeast of that office building, just for a gathering space, fundraising type, they can banquet area, they can have the farmer's market kind of stuff from the produce they're raising. That right now, I think is off the table. I don't know that it won't come back up because I still think it's in their larger vision, but it's not a part of what they're doing in this next fundraising campaign.
Let me direct that to staff. If this is how would you define this use?
This use, again, it's really getting utilized primarily as their office. Their office currently in the nonprofit center over in Rogers, the old Mercy Health. Okay, they don't get a bunch of influx of visitors, so it's really just for a few staff members that will be there. They obviously will need a couple parking spaces for people to visit, but the housing operation is in the other larger homes, right?
In my mind, that would.
They do already have a conditional use for facility group home that was approved last year. So they do already have for the larger portion of the project, they do already have a conditional use that is required.
Does that cover the smaller parcel?
Yes. It includes all 3 of the parcels that they currently own. They just are kind of wanting to start with this area. So like Tim said, he could have a space for office space and things like that located there.
Diane, will you just give us a quick staff introduction?
Yes, like with the previous variant, they kind of had inherited an issue that this parcel should have never been. It was probably once in the county, came into the city, and it just came in as agriculture, even though it's only 1.23 acres. Because the minimum that we can do for agriculture that we can accept is 5 acres. So obviously it was less, but obviously it already exists as this. They do have a concurrent development, like I stated earlier, that they're going to be developing this parcel and then these other 2. But like Tim said, they're kind of starting with this one before they do anything with the larger parcels, because it will be a lot different than just office space. And as I mentioned earlier, they do already have a conditional use permit that was approved by you all in the beginning of 2021. So they already have that. So they are requesting the smaller lot size right now. They may come in later and possibly do a combination, property line adjustment or something like that. But as of right now, they are requesting the variance for just that one parcel.
Let me go ahead and open it up to the public. So I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Joey, a second.
Motion and a second to open the public hearing. Is there anyone that's opposed? Is there anyone that wishes to speak or have any questions in regards to the variance request for saving grace lot size? Second call for anyone that wishes to speak. And third and final call. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Tony, make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is anyone opposed? Let's go through our findings of facts. Again, things we need to consider in regards to granting or denying the requested variance. The first one is the preservation of intent, that the variance if granted is consistent with the purpose and intent of the regulations. For the district in which development is located, no variance shall have the effect of permitting a use in the district that is not a stated permitted use, accessory use, or conditional use for that particular district. The applicant's response, I believe this is the same response for all of them, is the existing condition of this property is in violation of the A1 zoning code due to the size of the tract being less than 10 acres. The current ownership would like a variance to the property size restriction due to the fact that Saving Grace owns this tract along with 2 other tracts that are contiguous to each other, which total over 47 acres. Tract 1 of these parcels, which is requesting the variance, will have the same use as the other parcels, residential facility, group home, conditional use. To maintain both consistency of use and regulations for the ownership, the variance would provide better clarity of regulation for both Saving Grace and the city of Centerton. This variance would also fit in the spirit of zoning code by keeping properties all the same use within the same zoning district. Staff finding is pretty simple. It has all 3 parcels. I think there's something maybe missed out there, but it is the same.
Similar to the point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree and I understand why we're doing it. It does make sense. Any comments or concerns or questions from any of the commissioners? Exceptional circumstances, that exceptional, extraordinary, or unusual conditions or circumstances applying to the lot, parcel, structure, or intended use exist that do not apply to other properties or uses in the same district, which are unique to the individual property under consideration. And the applicant's response is the same as above. Staff findings, this parcel happens to be on the exterior limits of the city of Centerton boundaries. Parcels are brought into the city as the agriculture zoning district, which would have made this parcel non-conforming on annexation. So again, I kind of consider that an exceptional circumstance in this case. Again, nothing that the applicant did. It's something that they inherited as they purchased this particular piece of property. Anybody disagree with that or have any comments? Hardship, not grounds for variance, that the special conditions and or circumstances do not result from the intended or proposed actions of the applicant. The variance may be granted solely on the basis of economic gain or loss. The applicant's response is the same as before. In the staff findings, the designation as agriculture is standard for lots brought in the city limits and would require a rezoning request by the applicant to alter. The designation is not the result of actions of the applicant. And I agree with this one as well. Again, I think the bigger picture, Tim, of course, we don't know that yet, but if there's a bigger picture, then there's a chance that it would all come together. So I don't necessarily think there, is anything here that they did to create any kind of hardship or anything like that. Any comments or questions from any of the commissioners? Preservation of property rights, that the literal interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of substantial rights commonly enjoyed by the properties in the same district under the terms of this ordinance. Again, the applicant's response is the same. The staff findings, the 3 contiguous parcels are being developed as one large-scale development plan with the structures on this parcel to be utilized as an office volunteer workspace per the conditional use approval that was provided in an exhibit. If the parcels are combined as part of the large-scale development, this variance would not be needed. Again, I think they're making use of what they have today, what they purchased, and again, it's within the conditional use. Does anybody have any questions or comments in regards to that? absence of detriment, the granting the variance requested will not create substantial detriment to adjacent property or that will materially impair or be contrary to the purpose and spirit of this chapter or the public interest. Again, the response was the same. The staff findings, the abutting lots are 25.47, 23.24, 5.15, and 28 acres. To the west, parcels are about 10 acres. Lots to the east and Greenstone Estates are about just over 1+ acres, and lots to the southeast and Big Sky are about ½ an acre. While there is some adjacent proximity of smaller lots, most lots off the highway are larger without direct driveway access. And it's kind of a unique piece of land that sits in there. And again, it's one that they bought and one that they inherited. Any comments or questions in regards to that? Any other comments or questions in regards to the variance request? Consider a motion.
Tony, I'll make a motion. Based upon the conclusions for each of the findings, I move to grant the request by saving grace for a reduction in the required lot size minimum from 10 acres to 1.3 acres in A1 agriculture zone for 12-14-1 Highway 72, PID 06-00048.
Jerry, I second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Lorraine, if you would do a roll call for me, please.
Seifert,
Yes.
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 Gary Harris.
Yes.
Amber Field,
Yes.
Ronnie Sessoms,
Yes.
Ken Lewis,
Yes.
Tony Harris.
Yes.
Passes. Again, thank you, Tim. All right, there's no other business. We will have a meeting on 4/19. If the minutes are ready, we'll have a meeting on 4/19. Approve the minutes. And if there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the Board of Zoning Adjustments.
This Jerry, I make a motion to adjourn.
Dan, I'll second.
With a motion and a second to adjourn. Is anyone opposed? All right. Now we're going to move into the City of Centerton Planning Commission for April 5th, 2022 with a roll call.
Tony Davis. Ken Lewis. John Sessoms.
Here.
Amber Field.
Here.
Gary Harris.
Here.
Craig Langford. Devin Murphy. Joey Engel.
Here.
And Jeff Seaway.
Here. All right, first thing on the agenda this evening is the approval of the minutes from 3/1 and 3/15. And we can approve those with one motion.
Don, a motion to approve the minutes from planning meeting 3/1 and 3/15.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, under the ratification of admin approvals, there's one. There's a track split 2205 Arkansas Game and Fish at West Fish Hatchery Road. And it's zoned R2. There are no questions in regards to the track split. I would entertain a motion to approve the ratification.
Motion approved ratification, track split 22-05 Arkansas Game and Fish.
Joey, I second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, no old business this evening. On the new business, we do have two public hearings this evening. The first one is a public hearing. This is for rezone 2206 RC Morningside LLC. It's at the northeast corner of Bliss and Keller. It is currently R3 single family. They're requesting R4 multifamily. It is 12 acres and the developer is Roush Coleman. Is the applicant here to give us an overview of what you're requesting?
Yes, evening commissioners. How are you doing this evening? My name is Will Clark. I'm an attorney in Fayetteville, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the owner of the property. And before I get into the bulk of what I want to speak to you about, I think it's important for the commission to understand the context with which this rezone application is brought before you this evening. My client purchased this property back in 2018, at which point in time the property was zoned R3, which included as a permitted use and not a conditional use or some other use, but a permitted use, multifamily dwellings to be developed on this property. That right was vested in my client upon its purchase, and it continued to be vested throughout its ownership until August of 2021, last year, when Ordinance 59 was implemented by Centerton, which in effect effectively downzoned the property, took away its multifamily rights in the property, and now zoned it such that it's an R3 single family use only. At that point in time, and over the stringent objection at the time of my client, and despite the ordinance going into effect, my client was disappointed, obviously, and looking into what options it might have to redress the situation. And at that point in time, determined that it was going to litigate the issue in the Circuit Court of Benton County. Specifically, in the litigation, which now has been filed, there have been two claims that have been alleged. The first, a standard inverse condemnation claim, an illegal taking without just compensation. The second being a violation of a statutory right, the Arkansas Private Property Rights Act, which was implemented by the state in 2015. As a courtesy to the city, after the filing of the lawsuit, we provided the mayor and the city attorney with a copy of the lawsuit, and a brief discussion was had with the mayor and the city attorney and planning staff about what might be available as alternative options to litigating this issue in court. At which point in time, the mayor said, why don't you just file a rezoning application? Ask the commission and the council to rezone your property back to the rights that you had when you purchased it. So in light of that discussion and conversation, and in an effort to avoid litigation of the issue, that is what we are here to discuss today. The property and my client's representative, Jesse Fulcher, will speak in a few minutes about the compatibility discussion. But the property, as you see, is 12 acres, was zoned R3, multifamily permitted use upon its purchase, and continued to be that way until 2021. We have seen some of the neighbor concerns that have been raised, and certainly understand and appreciate those concerns. And I want to address those before maybe some of the folks speak to this evening. The vast majority of that neighboring property was also owned by my client, Roush Coleman, and was developed by it over the course of the last number of years. So what has left of that original purchase is the 12 acres was a smaller part of a much larger parcel, which my client has worked hand in hand with the city to develop, and I think has done a successful development. All along that bottom, that southwestern parcel, it is intended to develop as a multifamily property. The plans were implemented, were well underway, and in 2020, the planning staff was aware that drawings, renderings had been obtained and had been submitted to the city in furtherance of those development plans. So this is not a new concept or a new idea to the city of Centerton. This has been in the works for a many number of years. And that's why, frankly, we were shocked and somewhat disappointed, to say the least, that in August of 2021, the zoning ordinance completely took away those rights. But in terms of the neighbor concerns, first and foremost, those rights that my client believes and knows that it had in the R3 multifamily use of the property existed up until, again, 2021. So to the extent that a neighbor was residing on that property or purchased their neighboring property before 2021, they purchased it with the full knowledge and understanding that this property that the subject property we're here to discuss tonight was available as a permitted multifamily use. Those rights were vested and the downzoning of those rights took away those rights. And in addition, I think it's important to point out that while the ultimate intentions with this property is to develop it as a multifamily dwelling, this is a smaller parcel. It's not going to be a massive multifamily complex like the Stoneleigh complex or other large multiple hundreds, if not 1,000-unit developments. This is a smaller style multifamily development, which again has been my client's intentions to develop it as such throughout the duration of its ownership. So again, we're here today at the mayor's request, seeking the commission's blessing of a rezoning application that's been brought before it today in an effort to avoid what we believe would be a unavoidable litigious dispute down the line. I'll ask Jesse to come up and speak about the compatibility issue.
Thanks, Will.
Evening, Commissioners. Jesse Fulcher, 4058 North College. Looking through the staff report, I think there's quite a few things that proposed zoning is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan and surrounding zoning districts in this area. One, it's a bit of a hurdle to get over is the actual designation itself, the high density versus medium high density. And there's that density cap on the medium high of about 11 units per acre, I think is its intention. And we're probably shooting between 11 and 18 units per acre. So I know we're not hitting that dead on, but I think we all know, and I'm sure the planning commission had hands in the comprehensive land use plan or future land use map, and that it's a very broad brushstroke. We're not looking at individual properties to determine what will be the best use of this property. It's more of a 50,000 foot view from the sky and looking at areas, corridors, intersections, and existing land uses and kind of painting those with various densities and future land uses. In fact, in the comprehensive land use plan, it even has a section about best practice, maintain flexibility. Again, comprehensive land use plans are broad brushstrokes, and really it's when you get down to the rezoning action where you can really look at a specific piece of property, the street that it's on, the amount of traffic that's in the area, surrounding land uses, and make a much better and informed decision. As staff noted, I think several times, I think this request is, they call it may be consistent. I lean towards being consistent in meeting many of the comprehensive plan implementations. I think the big one is the variety of housing. I was surprised in the comprehensive land use plan how many times housing's talked about, the types of housings that Centerton needs, and that it's a good message for all of our cities in this region. It can't just be one type of housing. We can't just be one price point. And so I think with regards to a multifamily zoning on this property, it can be consistent with many of those plans, and that we're providing really a scaled down version of an apartment community. There's single family homes to our north and east, and we understand that in that neighborhood. And it's to some degree, and we talked about this, I think last year at the rezoning hearings, that other than the street stub out, which is something we could look at through the development process of, do we want that connection? Does it really benefit the single family homes or the multifamily dwellings? Probably not, since they would have direct access onto Keller or Bliss. And so beyond that, this really sits as its own independent development. The houses to the north and east face away, that's the backyards. And really the intent on this project and what we showed staff in 2020 is to have our buildings trying to line Bliss, putting the parking behind the development. We also were operating under the previous zoning, which had 75-foot setbacks when we developed our concept plans that we discussed with staff in 2020. And so we're not anywhere near and not intending to be anywhere near the existing property lines to the north or east. We want our buildings to be, again, along the street, we're parking in the back. And so, we're not trying to put a 4 or 5 story building right next to somebody's backyard. I understand that concern. But with these being 3-story buildings, the window heights on the 3rd floor are about 27 feet. So again, these buildings aren't large skyscraper type structures. We're not trying to invade the privacy of any of the neighbors. I think a building that was 5 or 6 stories tall would be an inappropriate scale on a site like this. But again, with buildings that are in the 30 and 40 foot height and windows below 30 feet, I don't think this is a scale incompatibility issue. Again, I think just looking at some of the comments from the comprehensive land use plan and being one part of the conversation, but there was a comment, I think this was taken from statements probably through public interaction, but housing issues stated by attendees include the lack of affordable housing and senior housing, the mix of housing, and the lack of density. Again, providing a good mixture of housing within a community is a good thing to do. Not everyone wants a single family home. I know that's what I want, and that's what I enjoy, though. Saturday and Sundays of mowing my yard and mulching and all that have not been that fun. So some people don't want that, or maybe they're not at a point in their life where they're ready for that responsibility and they're looking for a multifamily option with green space and a convenient location in Centerton, and this would be something that they would enjoy. I saw some comments from some of the letters that were submitted. Some of the comments don't need to be addressed. They weren't quite appropriate type comments for this type of conversation, but traffic was one of them. Certainly, every time we build a single family home or a townhouse or apartment or a grocery store, it's changing traffic conditions and increasing traffic. That's kind of part of it. It's our assumption that we make street improvements when we develop something, and that would be our expectation here, that we'd be making improvements to our street frontage to help with the traffic increases. As far as, I think I saw a comment about vouchers, housing, Section 8 type stuff. This is just your normal market rate housing. I don't even think it's that inexpensive, honestly. I asked market rates for like a 1 to 2 bedroom, which is what all these units are, and you're looking at $800 to $1,200. So this isn't going to be some sort of slumly type apartment complex that we're trying to accomplish here. We've had an architect working on elevations for a project in Fayetteville that was recently approved. Those are the elevations and building types that we'll be proposing on this side as well. Overall, I think this can be a compatible project based on scale and where the buildings are sat with the screening requirements that are required by code on the north and east property lines, positions of the building, and given the fact that these are 2 very busy roads. I also think that the streetscape is going to be much improved over a single family option where, again, I think what you'd see is privacy fences along Keller and Bliss. In my opinion, how I envision this is that you see this with street trees and you see building facades, the parking's hidden. And it's actually something visually appealing to look at. And the development scenario in my head and the concepts that we've shown staff a while back. So I think this can be a visually appealing plan. I believe it can be compatible with existing properties and meet that goal that is discussed so many ways and times within the comprehensive plan to not just be a one type of unit city, but one that provides opportunities for people in various stages of life. I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Diane, would you like to give us a staff overview?
Yes, as Jesse stated, they are requesting to rezone 12 acres from R3 single family, which is medium high density single family residential, to R4, which is high density multifamily residential. And their intent is to, once they rezone the property, is to develop it to 3-story multifamily residential apartment complex. And if it is approved by you guys, it would go to council on 3/12. As was stated, the property was zoned R3, which included in the, and it was included in the Title 14 Phase 1 amendments to the medium density residential update. And the property was approved as R3 single family by the Planning Commission on 7/20/21 and the council on 8/10/2021. Because it was determined that this area was more suited for the single family homes. The next item here is for multifamily residential. It's intended for multifamily structures on a single lot or a single development with suitable lot area and maximum density of 18 units per acre. Additional density may be considered via a PUD process. The setbacks, they would have to be 35 feet from the front, 35 rear, side 20, street side 35. And buildings would be 10 feet. The maximum height that could be allowed in this is 45 feet, measured as a vertical distance from the highest ground elevation to the highest point of the roof line or parapet wall. Maximum building coverage is 50%, and they do have screening requirements because with the Title 14 update, we also have the residential compatibility standards that would need to be met with a multifamily development next to single family. Of course, this is located along Keller Road, which is a minor arterial on the master street plan with 90 feet of future right of way, and Bliss Street, a major collector with 80 feet of right of way. Then Belvedere, that was the stub that Jesse had mentioned. That is a local street that does stub out onto Morningside Drive. Any adjacent street improvements, of course, would be determined with the subdivision and or development submittal. There is also the McKissick Creek, McKissick Springs Loop Trail that would also run around along the property line. But I do believe that we are looking at it more to be on the west side of Keller Road than the east. I just wanted y'all to be aware of that. Of course, there are utilities out there currently because the development to the north, which is Morningside Estates phases 1 through 4. And so they do have water and sewer available. It is not currently located next to or does not have any floodplain located on the property. As far as wetlands, there is a potential wetlands, a little freshwater pond. So we would ask that a wetlands assessment be completed prior to the development. Just to ensure that it's nothing important. It might just be, you know, a little basic pond, but we do like to have that checked. As far as the surrounding zoning and existing uses, it is surrounded on most sides by R3 single family. There is a little bit of agriculture still left on the to the south side of the property. And then there is across Keller Road to their south that has recently been rezoned to the RTH multifamily 12, which is the attached single family units and only up to 12 units per acre. The townhome individual lot. Zoning to R4 multifamily may not be considered compatible with the surrounding and existing uses because it does allow for 18 units per acre, which is not considered compatible with the surrounding zoning. It allows for a maximum of, with our zoning, 6 units per acre. Yes, the comprehensive plan states that it could be between 6 and 11, but with what our zoning is currently, as far as an R3 single family, it would be about a maximum of 6 units per acre. As I mentioned, there is the RTH MF 12 to the southwest of this, but the maximum density of that is 12 units per acre. And that's kind of what we consider like the maximum density for medium high density residential. And as far as the comprehensive plan, it is in the comp plan. I know when we do the zoning on top of it, it's hard to see what's under it, but this area in the comprehensive plan is the low to medium density residential, and then the high density, medium high density residential would be to the areas to the west of Keller Road and the south. But this is considered the low to medium density residential. So the high density residential is not considered consistent with the current land use plan. And also one of the items there are several things listed here as far as what's compatible in the comprehensive plan, but there is also a note that, you know, considering duplexes, townhomes, multifamily apartments, condominiums, and senior housing, and all residential land use on a case-by-case basis, assuming they can be integrated into the character of the given neighborhood. So that still, you know, gives us all the opportunity to look and see how it does fit in with the community. We did receive several comments from the public They have all been included in your packet, and they have also been available to you guys in the Dropbox. A majority of them, we're talking about not being compatible with the single family, and also increased traffic and, you know, struggles with infrastructure as far as their roads, lots more cars and things of that nature. So that's kind of a nutshell of what I got from the public comment, but they're all in there for your review.
Are there any comments from Alan? Did you have any comments? It's marked yes and no.
I had just questions on things that I wanted to make sure you were aware of.
I didn't
A
see it.
lot of those had to do with the densities, what they're at now, what's allowed, and what would be with going to R4 MF. It's more so just make sure that not that information was included in her report. So she has covered those.
It should be right here below the staff comment
Yes,
where
Oh, I
Alan.
see it now. Okay. Thank
I
you.
was hiding it from you, John. And that is all that I have as far as staff.
Thank you, Diane. I think I counted 11 notifications, I'll call them. And then I did receive one additional one from a Shannon that is opposed as well, that I didn't have time to get it into the package, but I've received that because she cannot be here this evening. So some of you, I'm assuming, will be here this evening, so we will hear from you. At this time, we will open this up to the public for any public comments, questions, concerns, anything like that. So again, with the order, we ask that you come to the podium. Mayor Bill's demonstrating right now. As you saw before, we ask your name, your address, and then again, any concerns, questions, comments, or anything you wish for us to consider in regards to the request for the rezone from R3 single family to R4 multifamily. With that, I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
John, a motion to open public hearing for rezone 2206 RC Morningside. Second.
Motion is second. Is anyone opposed?
Good evening. I'm Bill Edwards. I'm the mayor of Centerton. My address is 261 Sun Meadow. Right across the street. Anyway, I just wanted to come back to the planning commission and just kind of refresh your memory on some things that happened with this. We actually held 2 public hearings on this rezone that we did. And we had one, we had no public comments on it. The recommendation was to the city council to make it R3 single family. The council sent it back because the developer did contact us and he felt like he wasn't notified. So we had another public hearing. Y'all discussed that for about an hour or so, and the same recommendation came. Also, I just want to remind you that this body also told the developer at that time, hey, you know, look, we're going to do this, but you're always welcome to come back and attempt to rezone it. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Also, when it came to city council, developer also had that same chance to do that, and he did. They discussed that for about an hour, and they stayed with the planning commission's recommendation. Again, the council and myself told him, hey, you know, come on back and attempt to rezone it. What the concern was, and this is why we wanted to do this, we want to make sure these folks were heard. You know, I heard from several of them. I have a couple of employees who live in the area also, and they just wanted to be able to address you and tell you, hey, you know, we want to hear what this is about, and we just want to give our input. You know, because these folks, and I actually transmit or communicate this to Jesse. A lot of these folks, you know, that live there all bought Roush Coleman homes. And this appears to be kind of dense, but again, this is something for you to talk about, you know, as the planning commission. We also did try to work with them as far as maybe looking at a planned unit development, but they wanted to go with this route here. So I will say our staff did try to accommodate them. Now, you know, like they said, we are in litigation, and, you know, I wish they would have maybe tried to rezone this instead of waiting 6 months and doing this. You know, maybe we could, you know, move forward with this project. Anyway, I just wanted to give some input and just remind you of the conversations that were had in the public hearing we had. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Bill. All right.
My name is Kara Ducharme, and I live off of Bliss on Bob Glen Circle. I come to you with several concerns and questions that the city may or may not be able to address.
I also have some questions or concerns for the developer. And with all due respect, I must say that nobody intends for an apartment complex or a multifamily dwelling to become slumly. I believe that's the word you used, slumly.
Can you address us, please, instead of?
Slumly. If this is correct, that they are bringing, they want to make it an R4, which is multifamily, I'm guessing high density, 18 units an acre. That's 216 units that they can put on this piece of property at 12 acres. That is, if you consider 4 people per household per unit, that's 864 people in that little plot of land. That doesn't include parking spaces. That doesn't include thoroughfares for driving. That doesn't include any of that. And if you figure each of those apartment dwellers have 2 cars, some may not have any, but that's 432 cars at maximum in that little space. What impact is that going to have on the city and the city's responsibility to maintain those areas? If it's the 11 units per acre, minimum, maximum, whatever that is, that's 528 people, and it's 264 vehicles, being about 2 vehicles per family. Now, some people have more than 2, some people are per family member if they're working. So my questions or my concerns for this on these style of apartments, it's going to increase traffic flow in that area. There is no doubt. We already see the increased traffic flow throughout the city when we have an influx of people. Brought up earlier about Main Street. You've got just that simple apartment complex on Main Street, but you have a lot of people using Main Street as a thoroughfare. People are going to start using Bliss as a thoroughfare to get off of 102, cut back, go to either Centerton Gamble, go to the high school. That's going to increase traffic flow. And if you look on the map, it doesn't show it. But if you live there, you know that just about the middle of Bob Glenn Circle at Carlton, the road narrows until it gets about down to Napa-ish, and then it widens again. You already cannot drive 2 cars with much passing from Bob Glenn up to Keller Road. So what is that going to do with that increased traffic? Is the city taking that on to increase the width of the street, to increase traffic, to allow for that increased traffic flow, whether it's cars, increase in busing that the schools are now going to have to maintain or keep up with, which they don't already have enough people to support that. That brings me back to the schools with the busing. How is that going to affect our schools here in Centerton with that influx of people, with that concentration of people in that area? How does that tax on the city of Centerton and Bentonville Public Schools? Busing issues already are an issue. Concerns are utilities, water utility. I don't know about anybody else in the neighborhood, but the water pressure, I love this little town. I do. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't. But our water pressure in this town sucks. And I'm putting it bluntly. If you want any kind of pressure to fill a bathtub for your child, or if you want any water pressure to really get some dirty dishes clean, you have to buy a power booster or a pressure booster to get that. What is this going to tax on our city's utilities for water? If everybody has to start doing that now, because it's not very good where we're at right now. And I don't know what causes that, but that's an issue that we have. Yes. What are the city plans for other utilities out there to accommodate? Internet, you can get on any neighborhood or Centerton online, and people talk about how poor the internet is out in this area because there seems to be a monopoly. There's only one service provider. Is the city going to, how does the city take care of that and allow for others to come in and take market share on that? And then the last thing is the properties that do surround. Yes, I am a concerned citizen. I could throw a baseball and hit that apartment complex that they're building. What is that going to do to my property value? What is it going to do to people that's right behind it? It's going to decrease, I have a feeling, and no real estate agents that say it will decrease your property value. It's going to increase their pocketbook and their bottom line, but it's going to decrease everything else around it. Those are my concerns, and I have a feeling that you will hear or have seen others in the notes of those same type of issues. I would ask that the Planning Commission look really hard and see what kind of traffic pattern studies, environmental studies, impact studies. Again, Ms. Lloyd brought up the pond that's on the property. Walked past that many times and you see many animals in that area. So is that going to have an issue with whatever native animals or whatever vegetation is right there? Is that going to impact that? There's a lot of other things to consider other than just apartments. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Natalie Casey. I live at 671 Morningside Drive. I will be immediately adjacent to this property. I believe that it will affect my property value and decrease my privacy. And when I purchased this property from Rosh Coleman, I was under the impression that it was single family dwellings. I had no idea that it was even possible that they were going to build apartments back there. And the one thing about the traffic that the other lady did not bring up is the, when we turn off a Keller on the 102 currently, as long as you're patient, you can get out right now. But with the additional apartments that they're building on Keller Road near the new ballpark, I assume that's going to increase our traffic and we will need a stoplight to turn out. Otherwise, we will be having additional issues with traffic accidents. Very difficult to get out in the morning. That's all I really had to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Rochette, 3711 Bitter Root Street. Two things. I want to echo what the mayor said about having the public meeting. I believe when Rosh Coleman came to council, a question was asked if they had attended the public meeting. And I believe that they said no, or they didn't know about it, or they couldn't make it or some point. So I just want to echo what the mayor said. Two, I'd like to ask the question, why apartments and why not houses? If we have 12 acres, why can't we put houses there? Why can't Rosh Coleman build houses there instead of apartments? Thank you.
My name is Patty Meisenbacher. I live at 1610 Forest Drive in the Morningside Phase 1. I am currently the president of the Morningside POA, representing the 109 residents of the Phase 1 of the Morningside subdivision. I would disagree with the attorney as he states that anyone who purchased a home in that subdivision would know about the multifamily zoning of that. Morningside, Forest, Napa, Joseph Way were all built and completed by 2016, 2 years prior to Rosh Coleman buying that section of land. My husband and I specifically asked what was going to be built in that area, and we were told by Rosh Coleman's representative they didn't own the property, had no intentions of buying the property, and they thought it was going to be done for nursing homes. Since 2015, Rosh Coleman has built approximately 270 homes within the Morningside and Morningside Estates. They have land. They have land to build approximately 13 more. They're south of Evening Shade Lane. These 7 years have seen quite a bit of growth within our subdivision and neighboring subdivisions. What we've not seen is improvements to the infrastructure around these 400 plus homes. Bliss is in much better condition than Keller, but still not enough to handle the influx of people. Keller's not much more than a paved country road. The road is barely large enough to handle 2 passing cars. This development, as well as those already approved, will certainly bring walkers, runners, bikers, and children. Rosh Coleman didn't make provisions for amenities within the subdivisions for children and family gatherings. And there doesn't appear to be any plan for this new development. Therefore, forcing the children to play within the streets where the speed is not monitored and there aren't enough diversions such as stop signs and speed bumps to slow vehicles. When many of our residents purchased their homes, they were told only single-story homes were going to be built. Me and my husband as well. Many purchased their home based on this premise. Roush Coleman lied and began building two-story homes. Many were told they were not building on the land where Morningside Estates is, and the land now in question. Once again, they lied. Several were told streets would not extend, and yet they did. My husband and I chose our parcel of land because we were told that forest would not extend further than what it did. It did 2 years ago. Our residents have accepted the lies as the changes kept the aesthetics of our neighborhood. This apartment complex does not match the aesthetics of our subdivision and has no amenity, it adds no amenities to our community. Our POA has reached out to the Planning Commission to add amenities for our residents, but the Planning Commission has failed to return our request for meetings. Approving this rezoning will only bring safety concerns for the residents, our children and grandchildren. It will bring further congestion to an already congested commute. We have a petition representing approximately 50 residents of phase 1 asking the commission to deny this rezoning. In response to the gentleman's statement on the blind between the apartment and the streets, that's a tree. 7 years ago, the homes were built on Morningside and trees were planted in each of those homes. None of those trees currently reach higher than 10 feet. It will be a minimum of 15 to 20 years before his said blind will hide that apartment complex. Please tell our residents that you care about their concerns and safeties and home values and deny this application.
Okay. Richard Whitten, 1727 Bliss. I live just south across the street from this development. They're developing beside us, across the street, down the road. All this other developments are going on right now. And we've seen the impact from them developments on the roads in the city at this point, and adding 216 apartments, if that's what they do at maximum capacity, and all those extra vehicles onto, we've already got a problem. We've got developments that aren't even done yet. There's 18 houses beside us. There's the ones across the street. That's our multifamily now over there. Those developments are going to have multiple cars. We have no infrastructure to handle what we got now. And the more and more you add, it's just creating more problems. Single family dwellings would be an impact, but not near the impact of what they're requesting you do. So I would hope you guys will vote this down and keep single family dwellings out there in that area. Thanks.
Jen Hicks, 115 Fox Run Circle. I have the Pomeroy apartment in my, on the other side of the street in my backyard. And the value and perspective that I bring is that I currently have that as my back neighbor, but also that land was rezoned and the apartments were built after the homes on Fox Run were. And there's only 2 original owners out of those 9 owners that were there originally. And I know personally 3 of them moved due to the fact that they didn't have any privacy. They had to, we on that part have, many of the neighbors are about 5 or 6 feet above street level. And then they need to have an additional 10 to 12 foot fence to be able to provide privacy for just a 2-story building that's on ground level across the street. It introduces a bunch of other issues when we have high winds, and we've had neighbors that have had, these super tall fences fall over, and, of course you have those blooming stinky trees, what are they called? Bradford pears, and they just fall apart, and then all of a sudden now, you don't have this blockage anymore. But plainly stated, if the zoning would have been multifamily, many of those homeowners would not have purchased. I'm in a situation where I purchased, but I was just a very naive first-time home buyer, and my realtor, I was not properly advised. And it's one of the reasons why I got into the profession that I did, is because I now find myself in a home where I would not have purchased my home if I would have been fully aware of the zoning that was around me. But when you're evaluating a property to purchase, whether it's to build a new home or to purchase an existing home, all data is taken into consideration. And because we live in the time that we do, any vacant land, you're going to ask, what's going on there? Many times as realtors, we have no idea, but we can tell you what the zoning is. And we can tell you what the current definition of that zoning is. So in response to the first gentleman, where they talked about how zoning had changed, I'd like to say that their own customers that purchase their properties, what matters is what's at hand, not the way that it was. So while, yes, I would love for everyone who owns property to be able to do what they want with it, if you go to the city's land use plan, you can see commercial is along Main, commercial with like properties. You have R2 with like properties, you have multifamily, shove those in places. We do need them. We're in a housing crisis. The secret is out. But when you affect current homeowners and you pretty much change the dream and their plans for that property. 2 of the 3 homeowners that live on that side of the street that back up to Bliss, they were planning on retiring in that home. But once it came in, and they put on a great fireworks show every 4th of July, but every other time, it has changed their dreams and their plans for that property. And that's what happens when you change the usage for large plots of land like this. Infrastructure, we're going to catch up. I know it's a catch-22. We need people, we need taxes to do that. But I think there are responsible ways to do it and keep like zoning with like zoning like it's done so far. Thank you.
My name is Ruben Williams. I work on, I live on, my name is Ruben Williams. I work at, I live at 511 Steep Road. And I would echo the gentleman's that also lives on Steep Road. At the end of our roads, they're going to put a road through in the field next to us. We're going to have houses all there. They're going to come on Steep Road and they're going to go down Bliss. This apartment complex is going to go down Bliss to take people to the school. That street we're talking about where it narrows has no sidewalks. It's a paved rural street. It's very narrow. You're going to dump all that traffic. And then the end of Keller has a stop sign. That's it. There's no stop light. Is there a plan to put a stoplight there? Because if they don't, they're going to go down Steep Road. Down Bliss. They're going to hit Main Street and they're going to go out. And that's at the end of Bliss and Main Street is already so bad to turn there. It's ridiculous. And you guys are going to dump all that traffic there. This has to be turned down. It's ridiculous.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Jason Boswell. I live 691 Morningside Drive. My property backs up to the property in question. And as a first-time home buyer, I can bring forward the perspective that was brought up earlier about being a first-time home buyer. I moved to Centerton to specifically get away from this. I used to live in an apartment complex, and I moved out here to pursue a dream of becoming a first-time home buyer, and I did so in this lovely neighborhood. I would encourage you guys to vote no on this because of the things that have been noted before. There's persistent infrastructure issues. There's persistent issues in the neighboring thoroughfares that are going to become more and more busy as you add property to this area. And the density argument that was brought forth earlier, I would encourage you to hear that as these are already dense properties, there's already kids playing in the street, becomes an imminent safety hazard for the kids that are growing up in this community that want to call this place home, just like I want my kids to call this place home. So I appreciate you hearing us out this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Douglas.
I live at 711 Morningside Drive, some little home at the very end of the property they want to rezone here. And I'm here saying, please don't do this. I know that one of the large things that everyone else has kind of brought up so far is that a lot of there's not enough capacity for the ingress traffic or the egress traffic. I know I personally, whenever I do drive, I will say I have the luxury of working overnight, working from home, so I don't have to drive a whole lot, but I do take West Henderson Boulevard and then up through Keller in order to get home because there's no stop signs along that route. But Canyon Road, for an example, is just a dirt road. It's not even paved, and it's been like that for like the past 5 or 6 years since I've lived here. And I will kind of reiterate what the others have said as well. When I first bought the property, I was under the impression the property behind me, while there was no explicit plan set in from when I was working with the individual at the time, she did mention they were planning on expanding on building more homes, kind of like mine. So there was that kind of mentality there. What does have me concerned as well is that, working with Raj Coleman and going through all that nonsense, as I'm sure a couple of people can struggle with as well. I'm a little concerned on the integrity of what they say they're going to do with that property. So for example, I know they mentioned that they're going to put in 75 feet behind the property lines and put in some trees. And I know it's entirely possible to buy full-size trees and get those planted, but I measured out 25 feet from the back of my property, and that's not very far. My lot size is bigger than that. And that's like, is that the road? Is that the apartment building? And the minimum needs for this is 35 feet. So, okay, cool. The property, it's been rezoned. They promised they're going to do this, but suddenly they now have all the room to do, well, whatever the new rezoning, excuse me, whatever the new rezoning basically allows them to do. So that's kind of my concern. I'll have to obviously work on some of my own things in my porch as well, because now the back of my face will be exposed after the apartments. I'll need to invest a little bit of money to make that pretty. So that's a bit of a selfish thing, but hey.
My name is Mary Jean Botter. I live at 731 Morningside Drive. I do not directly back up, but I'm just 2 properties from the corner of that lot. I will be able to see those apartment buildings from my backyard, from my bedroom window. My husband and I moved out here 5.5 years ago from Southern California. Chose this part of Centerton, the west end of Centerton. We wanted to be in a more rural. We didn't want to be in the downtown areas of Bentonville. Love our community, love our home, love Centerton, everything about it. We have no desire to move. We want this to be our forever home. We want to live here forever. This apartment, should it come up, would not cause us to move, but it would cause us to be unhappy. And we want to be happy in our forever home. I'm not going to reiterate everything that's already been said, but just to say that I agree with every reason that anyone else has put out here to why we do not want this here. We are not against renters. We're not against multifamily residentials. My biggest complaint with this is that a 3-story apartment building. It does not fit the aesthetic of our community. As was stated, the new development, the phases 3 and 4, the Rosh Coleman homes, they have 8 plans. 8 floor plans in that development. Only one of those 8 is even a 2-story home. A 3-story apartment complex just does not fit the aesthetics of our community. I'm assuming also that someone mentioned Canyon Road currently being a dirt road, but with the developments going on there, turning those townhomes and those communities, that's going to get paved. Again, is another thoroughfare traffic issue, because now that's newly paved road, which assuming to be a paved road, is going to go all the way out to 279, which then is going to create even more traffic coming in through to Bliss, because as we've mentioned, that difficulty to turn onto 102, people are going to then, okay, we've got a thoroughfare here now that we can get, I know I've taken that road and driven the dirt road to get to 279, just for convenience, and how much more people are going to drive that. So I'm concerned for the children who are going to be playing, because apartment buildings bring children are going to be playing, the traffic for that. And I would much rather, they're talking about also putting the parking in the back part of the apartment complex. Well, that's going to be the part that's closest to my home. And I'm thinking the traffic noise, people driving in and out of the apartment complex, that's going to add just a noise volume also. to my home, which then is going to devalue my home because I'm losing my view. And I would much rather have a view of single family homes than an apartment building. And I'm also going to be adding a noise level just with the traffic coming in and out of that parking lot, which is going to be very closely adjacent to my backyard. Thank you.
Michael, comment 268 Fern Street. I don't want to take too much time. A lot of the complaints that I have are the same: traffic, infrastructure, sidewalks. All these things are issues in our city. Adding more houses, adding high density is not improving that. Houses are not going to pave our roads. We need commercial business. We need more infrastructure, but we need business. As a citizen, I don't appreciate a developer threatening. I feel threatened, when he's saying, we're going to do litigation to force. Why force this down our throats? If the city doesn't want this, which it seems pretty evident that the majority doesn't, why not work with the community to find a better use for that property? Sure, you could probably litigate and force it down our throats, but that's not going to make anybody happy. Eventually, the property will be great and it'll become exactly what we're afraid of. Work with the community and make a fix. I think you should stay with the plan. The plan is pretty good. You just came up with it. It fixes a lot of the issues that we had before. Let's stick with it and move forward. Thank you.
I'm Tiffany Dominguez. I live at 741 Bob Grant Circle, which is right next to where this apartment complex is going to be. And I'm not going to echo what everybody else says, although I completely agree with everybody and what they've stated. But I just want to reiterate that this governing board went ahead and made the decision to rezone it for this exact purpose. So I'm just asking that you maintain what you guys already stated and continue in with the rezoning, that it's not for this purpose. Thanks.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Rick Dominguez, 741 Bachman Circle. One thing that hasn't been brought up is the trash, from being in the complex, apartment complex, and being a refugee from California. We migrated here from 3 years ago. We love this community. It's been great being able to retire out here. And like Jen said, the secret's out. San Antonio is a great place. People are moving here from all over. It is a small town feel that we appreciate. The apartment complex is not consistent with what's going on, as you have heard. And nothing against Ross Coleman. We walk the community, enjoy the walks, enjoy being back there, the trail back there and everything. It's nice. Building the complex, apartment complex would be like the Band-Aid in my finger. It's gonna stick out. And it's with the people coming in the density of the people. I think that'll be, as a realtor, bringing down the values of the home. And that's a concern for all of us. So consider what everyone said. Please vote no. And keep it R3 single family.
My name is JD Huddleston, owner of Concrete Creations and Excavations, and I live at 1030 Napa Avenue, which is actually pretty close to everything that's going on too. I definitely agree to some extent with a lot of my neighbors and stuff on how traffic and things like that will be impacted. Our kids definitely need stuff to do in the area. People always want to complain that my kids play basketball on the road. Like, get over it. That's what they're going to do. They're kids. It's better than what I used to do in the 90s, because I would be waxing curbs and skating up the bank and stuff like that. So if kids playing basketball is like, the worst of our problems, oh well, they're kids. It could be a whole lot worse. Traffic's a nightmare everywhere you go in Northwest Arkansas. We're kind of behind on the times. The cities, to me, are doing the best that they can. There's only so many dollars to do so much. There's only so many contractors to do so much. I know Centerton's going to do their best. As the money comes to fruition to try to upgrade our roads. It can't just happen overnight. It's gonna be an inconvenience. Every single home that's ever been built in Centerton has inconvenienced someone at some point in time. We all pivot, we deal with it, and it's okay. To me, it's a legality issue. Roush Coleman bought the home or the plot of land. It was zoned for multifamily dwelling. They got changed out from under them. Anyone here, if you got told at one point in time you could do one thing with your land, and then all of a sudden, 3 years later, hey, never mind, you can't do that with your land anymore because it's gonna hurt your neighbor's feelings, you would be thoroughly mad about it. They're a business owner, they're a developer. They originally purchased the property to develop something. I wholeheartedly support it. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Thinking that, there's gonna be an apartment complex there. I don't worry about the value of my home. It's gonna keep skyrocketing. It went up $65,000 in the last 14 months. It's gonna keep going in one direction. The apartment complex isn't gonna make Napa Avenue and Morningside Estates turn into the Centerton ghetto. Just people need to deal with it. It's a part of the changing times. And if y'all need anyone to bid the concrete, reach out to me. I'll pour it for you.
Tyler Adamson, 1440 Golden Jubilee Road.
What was the first name? Sorry.
Tyler.
Tyler, thank you.
Golden Jubilee Road in Diamond Estates, right across from Rush Coleman. To his point, the laws, they change over time. The reason bodies like this exist are to evolve. The reason these people don't want that apartment complex here, they've already said it. I understand we all support our own rights to do what we want to with our own property, but we're subject to laws as they evolve. We bring that point out.
Anyone else wish to speak? Second call.
Stand right here. My name's Tawny Ross. I live over on Applewood Circle.
What was your name? Sorry.
Tawny Ross. I live on Applewood Circle. I don't live too close to that. The traffic will affect us. The traffic will affect everybody. But the board needs to take into consideration what economic effect it's going to have on our public services between our fire departments and our police departments, our public works, our schools that are already getting overcrowded. You guys need to take that into consideration, not just traffic. Traffic is inconvenient. We don't like it, but it's going to be a greater impact on those services that we have for our families and our children. And so we can get more revenue in for the city, to hire more, to expand more, then we can handle more families.
Third and final call.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for rezone 2205.
John, second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is anyone opposed?
I have some questions for Jesse, if you wouldn't mind. You stated, that y'all were asked by the mayor to come back and have a rezoning request. Why'd you pick this specific zoning classification?
My knowledge is the only one that would allow multifamily apartment style development. I think the next one down is limited to townhouses. That was my understanding.
Did you or any representative from your company have any attendance at the comp plan meetings over the 2 years that we did that, or a year and a half, or at the public hearings for the zoning changes?
Didn't know about any of them. And I think that comp plan one, no, and I didn't have any direct worries about that, but where the properties were rezoned, where we were down zoned, somebody stumbled upon the agenda, and we called it, I think, the day of the meeting, maybe the day before, I don't remember. And that's when we found out about it. And I think that was a question that either the commission or the council brought up during the conversations after we showed up was, did you reach out to people whose properties were going to be down zoned? And the answer was no, we didn't. So unless you found the agenda and saw that something was on there that could affect your property, there's no way to know that it was going to happen.
And this is me speaking personally. I think we all agree, you brought up affordable housing earlier. It's in the comp plan, it's all over the comp plan, and it should be all over the comp plan for every city in Northwest Arkansas. And I completely agree with that. And, you know, I think that's why we designate those spots. You know, and I understand where you were at before and where you're at now, but, you know, right now it's kind of a conflict in the land use plan. It kind of feels like it's a litigious battle, you know, with no real regard for meeting the requirements of the city. And I understand your position, but there's been no attempt to kind of meet in the middle. I think a better option for this is possibly a PUD with an underlying zoning that meets the requirement, but allows some variation, some give and take on that. And that's what I would have liked to see tonight. You know, it's a show of good faith from your standpoint and allows us to work with you on that to achieve what you want to do. So I'm not really in support of the R4. Just wanted to explain.
I appreciate your comments.
I have one question, Jesse, while you mentioned that conceptual drawings and your intent was submitted to the city prior to the comp plan publishing, right, after the hearings. What kind of conceptual drawings were submitted? Was that, I think I heard at one point, a retirement home community, or was this a three-story complex, a three-story apartment building conceptual drawing submitted prior to the comp plan meetings we had?
The retirement home, I've heard that rumor as well. That was before we owned it, but that's what I've heard.
Okay.
We looked at a couple of different layouts on this 12 acres, and it was late 2020. So compared to the rezoning of properties took place last year, I'm not sure when the comp plan updates were made, but our initial meetings with staff was to show them the multifamily layout was fall and winter of 2020. And we went after those last meetings with them and got comments from them and staff. We went and hired an architect after that. And so we spent most of 21 working with an architect on the plans. And then it was in July or whenever it was that we found out about the rezoning actions.
Do we have record of that at the city, that anything was submitted prior to our comp plan?
I was just looking at that. And first they had submitted duplex concept.
I don't remember that.
December of 2020. And then I believe it was June when they came back with the multifamily, and staff wasn't working on some of the layout, but at that time with that zoning, there was a 75-foot setback. And you were having difficulty making that work.
Now, we had 75-foot setbacks. Morrison Shipley did the plans for us, so they showed a 75-foot building setback on the north and east property line as required.
I just wanted to clarify that because
Sounds like there is record. Yeah.
there is record, but the statement was we intended for this to be apartment complexes from when we purchased the land. That was what I believe your.
I would clarify that because we looked at single family options, duplex options. The last option that we sat down with staff with was an apartment option, and that prompted us to go hire an architect at that point.
Okay, and I do have to correct my years. It was 12/17 of 19 with the duplex. It was 6/15 of 20 with the multifamily concept. And then another version came in October of 20. And we were working on the comp plan at that time. I have comments.
I was just trying, basically what I was getting to is the show of intent from the purchaser of that land. And it looks like that intent has changed in several iterations over the last several years while that comp plan was in play and available to the public.
We knew that there were problems with the R3 zoning. So it has always been, what we have done is that we designate what the zoning is for the property, what the use is intended when they zone.
part of the public notice,
Yes.
which is the same discussion we had whenever we went through this last year when they first came in. When we published the public notices, they would say single family, and they would say single family, or R3 single family, R3 multifamily, whatever the intended use was, because that's what we had back in the day. And so as best as we can tell, that's what this had been designated way back whenever it was. And so that was the reason for our decision to keep it as single family when we went through the comp plan.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thoughts were when this was originally rezoned. We confirmed with staff that apartments were allowed. We talked about that at planning commission and city council. It was an allowable use. There was no restrictions on this R3 zoning.
I don't think we had that discussion. Back whenever it was originally rezoned, R3 single family, whether it was before you purchased it or not,
Yes, it was.
there was not a discussion around multifamily because they had brought it in as single family. And that's how it was published from what I understand.
Okay. That never got passed on to us. And that was one of the conversations we had with staff and we were told, yes, multifamily is a permitted use there. Your 12 acres is not restricted. We do have record of that as well.
Thanks.
If I have a question, maybe I'm oversimplifying this, right? I know we have the history. And I know one of the people are here voicing their concerns. But our job as a planning commission, the item that I see before me is that this is being asked to be rezoned to the higher density level. That's the question that we're asked to approve tonight.
Correct.
With the current plan that we have, I find that the staff report, I agree with that it's not consistent with the plan that we're under. And I think that is the question before us right now. With all the other stuff, I think can be handled in a different venue, choose where the developer goes a different route or whatever. I think, and maybe I'm just oversimplifying it. Our job tonight is to answer this question. Is this the best use of the land to rezone this to a higher density zone? My personal opinion is, I don't think it is compatible.
I agree.
I don't think there's a buffer to separate. There's not a transition. You're just going to drop a high density into a single family subdivision around it. That's just my opinion.
I don't think you're oversimplifying it. And one of the notes that I made was when we think about it, we also have to consider the intent, because we do have a developer before us tonight. When we've had this discussion in many of our meetings, this developer says, you know, we want to build this. This is what our intention is. But we also know that if we do rezone this as R4 multifamily, and the developer is not the one before us in the future as part of the development plan, we're going to have to live by the R4 that we make that decision on. So we can't necessarily consider the plans that are presented or anything like that, because they could certainly change. And we have that discussion almost every time whenever we go through a rezone like this, whether it's a dense or whether it's, you know, something else. So I don't think you oversimplified it. I just hadn't got quite there yet, but I think you said it very well. You know, we certainly heard from the public, not only in the letters, but also many of you here this evening. So before I go through the things that we need to consider, are there any other questions from commissioners before we consider the rezone?
For clarification, so this property, it said it was approved as R3 single family by the Planning Commission on July 20th, 2021. So they came before us and we approved it specifically as R3 single family.
So it was R3 single family a long time ago when it was first designated. And that's the thing that I think we struggle with finding the exact record of. If I remember correctly, when it was first brought in to be R3 single family is where we have struggled to find all of that documentation. If I remember correctly, we had this discussion back whenever we went through the designation for the comp plan, but we felt as though it was R3 single family based on what we used to do from a history perspective when they were brought in. That statement comes back from the comp plan implementation last year, in which we made a decision that it should remain as a single family instead of as a multifamily designation. And we had 2 public hearings on that in regards to that, that allowed for public comment and everything like that before we considered the comp plan and approved it as it was, which was also backed up by the council.
There were no objections to that comp plan.
Not from
us.
Not from us, no, or the council. That answer your question? Okay. JD, did you have a comment or question?
Not highly educated.
Yeah, can you
I
can you
can't.
come up just so we can hear you? Sorry, the microphone's up here. It's a little closer.
I'm pointing that way.
Appreciate it.
I'm just not real familiar with the zoning and zoning requirements and just moving forward. So real quick, like my end game in life and retirement and stuff is to be in real estate and own multiple properties. So moving forward, because it's kind of what I'm grasping from what has happened here. They bought a parcel of property with possible intent to build X. Years later, a panel of individuals that have nothing to do with my property can downgrade what I may have intended to do. So now here I am 5 years from now, I've got the capital to build something, but I've got 10 people that tell me all of a sudden, because 2 years ago, we swept it out from under your feet. Now you can't do it because there's other homes in the area and it's gonna step on some people's toes. Is that?
So just for clarification, and our lawyer's here, so he may welcome to step in here. I think that's where it goes back.
That blows my freaking mind.
So I'll try to simplify it for you. And this is where part of the litigious part comes into the reason they filed the lawsuit. And again, we go back in history with this piece of property, and the way that we used to do things as a city is we would have people come in and it gets published. The same as you got notification, or these folks got notification this evening that says somebody wants to do something different with this property. And back whenever they used to come in and they would request an R3 single family designation for a piece of property, or they might request R2 single family, or they might request something else. And that is the way that we did it in the past. And that's the way it was published to the citizens. And that's the way, if anybody came in and wanted to find out about a piece of property that was near them, they could come down here and say, what's going to happen with that piece of property as it exists today, without a public hearing for people to be able to consider it. In this case, it would have been R3 single family. And so at this point, they purchased land. We went through a comprehensive plan, which was 1.5 years long. The comprehensive plan designated this part of the city as single family, not multifamily. And so by chance, which is what Jesse just stated, they found a meeting and they came. And then since then, we're now down this path of a legal battle, if you will. And then we're here tonight based on the fact we asked them to come in to give input. We would give our input and then we would make a decision this evening. So I think sweeping it out from somebody is not a true statement here. But again, the lawyer is welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but there was nothing that was swept, if you will. There have been meetings in the past of how it ended up as R3 single family, including our comp plan. And then we're here this evening, if that simplifies it.
I thought their lawyer had stated that when it was purchased, it was R4 multifamily. At purchase day, that it was R4.
I certainly don't want to speak for him. And our lawyer and their lawyer can certainly hash it out tonight. I don't think
That was my
anywhere.
big sticking point, that if it was purchased as one thing and then.
We're not gonna hash out a legal battle tonight. I'm gonna tell you the facts. Their lawyer is gonna tell you their facts. Our lawyer is gonna tell
I
you.
just want to know moving forward as myself, because I'm eyeing out a couple of 15 to 20 acre plots.
If you haven't
wanted to know what I could possibly be looking at.
If you haven't reviewed our comprehensive plan, which is available on our website, or you're welcome to talk to the staff. We have a great staff that can certainly share that with you. So there's a land use plan and there's a street plan. So make sure that you look at that, because some people forget to look. There's going to be streets that are in places that people may not know about. based on what we know and things like that. So the comp plan designates land use. And then the streets designate where they would go and the, I'll call it the intensity of the street, whether it's going to be a smaller street or a larger street that takes traffic out. Okay, so certainly look at those two things. That is the best guidance that we can give in regards to.
Yeah, I'm familiar
where
with
things are going to go.
and I do it for all the cities around here and stuff.
That's the most important thing to take a look at.
Very cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think I need.
I don't want to have a legal battle.
No, we're not having a legal battle.
Make a statement.
I want to make a quick clarification because there's been some discussion as to who knew what when. And I'm just going to read, since this is a filed lawsuit on record, pull, I'm going to read one paragraph with a couple citations to some emails in it. In paragraph 16 of the lawsuit, it states that Roush Coleman worked alongside employees and agents of the city of Centerton throughout the development, planning, and design process as indicated by the following written communications. This is a December 20th, 2019 email from the planning director, Miss Lorraine Burns. We look back at the ordinance and it states R3 zoning with no other specifics. Therefore, the property could be considered for single family, duplex, or multifamily. Then in February 19th of 2020, an email from Ms. Morrison states the maximum density for R3 multifamily is 11 to 15 units per acre, depending upon the number of stories, 2 or 3 per building. So that was clearly contemplated in that R3 unspecified zoning, which the property was zoned to. Then also on February 19th, Ms. Burns says, we have found that 12 units per acre is the max it is typically worked. My personal opinion is that this multifamily development will work better for this property than the duplex concept. And then finally, on February 19th, Ms. Burns again said, it would be acceptable to submit as a residential development without a PUD as long as it adheres to all of the R3 MF requirements. So that's pulled straight from the lawsuit. That's communications that predate the August 2021 zoning ordinance. And frankly, you know, without getting into the legalese of it all, the Private Property Protection Act specifically provides that any municipal ordinance, which ordinance 2021-59 fits within, that reduces the value of a property by 20% or more is considered illegal and illegal taking under Arkansas law. We have an appraiser who's put together a retrospective opinion that has determined that the value has been decreased by 54% or $595,000 as a result of the inability to develop this as a multifamily. So that's in a nutshell, the gist of the factual contention as to when, who knew what, when, and a brief overview of the allegations on the Private Property Protection Act. Hope that helps.
I don't know either when it was actually zoned R3 single family with a publication.
I'm sorry.
You know that when it was designated as R3 single family and a publication?
In a publication, I do not. But in February of 2020, I know that we were told that the multifamily.
I heard you. That's a different question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, I'm going back to your point. I think oversimplify,
Yeah, I'm telling you.
this is a does it fit?
Yeah, they can handle whatever avenue they need to handle. The question before us as a body is this the best use of land to zone?
Amen.
That's what's on the agenda.
That's right.
That's what we're voting.
My point, Tony, was to talk about the intent. The intent has changed several times, and we can't discuss the intent. We're just the use of the land itself.
Right.
The intent, which
These are two separate.
We're going to go through our questions. The first one for consideration is the rezoning consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, including the adopted land use plan? If not, why? And as was stated, it is not considered consistent based on the land use plan. Does anybody disagree with that?
It's completely surrounded by medium to low density.
Is the proposed rezoning compatible with the surrounding area and zones? And again, I believe the answer is no, based on the fact there are the residential all around it, including some agriculture. Single family, sorry. Does anybody disagree with that? Would all the permitted uses in the new zone be compatible in this location and the surrounding areas? I believe the answer is no to that as well. Multifamily versus the single family residential around.
Jeff, would that consider residential though? It's still residential, or does it matter if it's
All permitted uses.
residential use, right?
I mean, it is residential. I mean, I could see that.
I'm asking a question. I don't know. That's why I was.
Well, all of the uses would be,
The uses would just be residential or agricultural or whatever.
it would be anything that would be allowable in the R3 multifamily, R4 multifamily. So that could be, somebody could come in, say, Rosh Coleman says, forget it, we don't want to do this. You could do up to 18 units per acre. The buildings could be up to 45 feet tall, things like that, or what that is referring to.
Permitted uses would not then be with the semantic, because you can't do that in a single family neighborhood. Yeah, Jeff.
Zoning provide a benefit to one landowner, but not be considered for other similar properties in this area. Again, I don't think it necessarily provides one benefit, because we would go through the same considerations for each one of these lots. The benefit in my mind would be the fact that on the land use plan, it is designated as a single family versus the multifamily that's being requested this evening is where it does become the one benefit.
Medium to low density to quote the comp plan.
And what this is saying is, would you allow the same use in other areas in this area?
And I believe, I mean, there's not much left, but if we had to consider, I think the answer would be no. In my opinion, does anybody disagree with that?
No, I think there's some higher density around this area where it would actually fit. That would be considered, but that's a different circumstance.
If the public is opposed, why? Again, I circled a couple, traffic, value, utilities, safety, noise, amongst some other things in regards to what we heard from the public. Are the objections based upon factual information relating directly to this request or opinion based? Traffic is a fact. Some other things that were brought up are certainly opinion. Value is something that we always, hear, but we don't always see facts on. Safety, there's going to be traffic and some other things like that. I'm not as familiar with some of the other utilities things that were brought up, but certainly something to consider. And then does any factual information presented apply to this rezoning situation? And I do believe they brought up some factual information and certainly some opinions as well in regards to the public comments that were made. Any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners or staff before we consider the rezone for Morningside on the corner of northeast corner of Bliss and Keller Road from R3 single family to R4 multifamily? If there's nothing else to consider, then I would entertain a motion. Keep in mind that we would present this as positive, and then we would go through our roll call votes as we have previously this evening.
John, a motion to approve rezone 2206 RC Morningside.
It's 2205.
2205, sorry.
Correction, yep.
2205 is correction.
We have a motion and we have a second. Lorraine, if you would do a roll call for me, please.
Bernie Davis.
No.
Ben Lewis.
No.
John Sessoms.
No.
Amber Beal.
No.
Jerry Harris.
No.
Devin Murphy.
Nope.
Joey Engel.
No.
Jeff Seifert.
No. It does not pass. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate it. Should be a water.
Yeah. I don't know.
Recording. Huh?
Break. 5 minutes.
I gotta do, I can fill that back up. There's a fountain right there. It fills them up. That's what I always do. I just fill them.
Thank you. I just know I'm.
Yeah, no, I do.
I got a lot of talking.
Fell during the meeting.
Cut you, did it?
Oh, yeah.
$1 million.
Sue. Fell out of that lane up there.
I hate saying that.
Yeah.
Popcorn and a soda to watch him go at it. Each other. Bring your boxes of gloves. You got this. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Went across the street.
Bars or what?
Get a protein bar.
Didn't have a quorum, we can just.
We do. We have at least 6.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Several more items on the agenda. All right, next on the agenda this evening is a public hearing as well. This is for PUD 2101, Cedar Ridge PUD amendment. This is a Highway 72. As a reminder, it's zoned R3 single family, 20.27 acres. Developer is JS Fenwick. Is the applicant or engineer here to give us an overview? Gonna designate him, he designate you. Short straw.
Yeah, so I submitted a
Name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Isabel Lane with representative JS Fenwick Properties LLC. And I submitted a PUD amendment for 2 things in particular. One is a fee in lieu with a street improvement on Arkansas State Highway 72. And we are requesting that because Benjamin Kerwood, the man who is at RDOT and overseeing our area of Arkansas, has stated that improvements are not required just because of a driveway coming off of Highway 72. And so that's the main reason that we're asking for it, is because RDOT is not requiring it or asking for it. And so we're proposing a fee in lieu. So that's essentially what I've got there for that part of the amendment. And then also there's a request for us to improve the heritage trail, develop the heritage trail. And we're requesting that be waived as well, partially because we are donating a significant portion of the property that we own as open space and to Northwest Arkansas Trailblazers. And they plan to develop a significant part of that into bike trails. And so we feel like we have satisfied the requirement and the request to have bike trails developed on the property. And so that's where those 2 requests are coming from. And then open space, the requirement for planned unit developments is a minimum of 25%. When we signed the agreement with you all, we signed saying that we would donate 51.01% of our property to as open space. And we're proposing that be reduced down to 40%, which is still significantly higher than the required 25%. And the main reason for that is the property to the west of our development is, while it is not part of our property, it is the people who own it are a developer that we're working closely with. And so we had considered that as part of what we were going to be donating, and we still do plan to donate those 3 acres. But the interpretation by the planning staff was that that's not included in the 51%. So that's our reasoning for reducing it to 40%. But again, it still satisfies the minimum 25% as stated. And then the last thing is the landscaping. We're wanting to amend that. We had previously agreed to what was it? 1 tree planted every 200 square feet of tree canopy lost with the development. But after doing calculations on that, that would require us to plant approximately 1,196 trees. And we just found that to be an unreasonable request to do on the part of the property that's being developed. It's just not possible to fit that many trees into an area that has houses, a road, sidewalk, all of those kind of things. And so that's why we're reducing it, wanting to have 1 tree per lot, with the exception of lots that have enough pertinence in the way, keeping us from being able to plant that tree.
How many lots do you have?
53.
You know, Joey really likes trees.
The request says 51 trees with the site.
Right, and there's 53 lots, 51 trees is the request because there are 2 lots that have a pertinence on it, like a flagpole. I think that would make it difficult to put a tree on the lot.
Isabel, they're 57.
57. You don't.
What's the real number of lots then for trees? Is it 51?
There's 57 lots. And we're looking at 51 trees be required.
Okay. Thank you. Donna, give us a staff overview.
Sure. So included in your packet is a copy of the signed PUD agreement with sections highlighted for what's being changed, just for your reference. The PUD was approved in June of last year with the zoning from highway commercial to R3 single family A1. This parcel is designated as a proposed future park on our parks plan, which is where the preservation of open space came from. So the PUD helped put the open space as preserved in future area. So the proposal, we received there's two exhibits in your packet. One is a diagram of what was previously proposed and has been removed out of it from the exhibit you saw previously. So, the exhibits down there. So the green is what is currently included. There is the open space. There's a small dog park. The red was originally included, but is being removed. So that drops the acreage down to the roughly 40%.
I just thought something that's not accurate. That portion of the property was only be donated or going to be swapped with our neighbor Spring Fever development. Actually, what's being removed is the section that has the cave in it. While we don't own that, again, the person we're developing with, he does own it and wanted to donate that along with our PUD, but we've since found that that doesn't qualify as part of the open space that we can donate. So it's actually this portion to the left that has the cave in it that we're removing from it.
The area in red was originally included in the open space exhibit that we received in the PUD. Property with the cave in it is not part of this parcel. And as such, it cannot be included in the open space for this PUD. So with what is being included, what is being proposed is the area in green. Next exhibit is a slope map. So it shows about 4.1 acres. There is just over the 50% requirement being above 15%, which is not quite consistent with the PUD code, but this area is being proposed to be used as soft surface trails. So it's a little less important that it meet the 15% requirement because of what is being proposed to be used for. Would need to be dedicated with a permanent open space easement. The 40% is consistent with the open space PUD code. It is, this whole area is at least what is on this parcel outside of the land swap. Triangle to the south is still shown on the land use map and the parcel as part. So that was the intent with designating that as open recreational space. So the intent is still to be used as an easement, which is as shown as part of the trails. We would still like to see it. us to have it safely set aside where it can be used as permanent recreation. If they would like to use the cave, we would prefer to see that be combined with this parcel so that it can be counted as part of this parcel, as this time it is off-site. Regarding the landscaping, the approved PUD states that 1 tree shall be planted for every 200 square feet. The code also required preservation and or planting of trees on Highway 72 to screen the view. There was a traffic study that required some eliminating of the trees next to the entrance aligning with Versailles. So we understand that there would need to be some tree cutting there. So we would recommend that there be some trees planted where it's being removed outside of that cutting, outside of that triangle. So the plan is showing 51 trees. While we are amenable to reducing the amount, we would like to see more than 51. There's a couple of them in the dog park. There's less than 1 per lot. So if possible, we would like to see that extended to be more than that, with some along the highway, maybe some in rears of lots or things like that. For the adjacent street agreement, there's been a waiver requested for improvements for the Northwest Arkansas Heritage Trail. There is right-of-way being dedicated for the highway. One of the requirements for the PD was that either construction of the Northwest Arkansas Heritage Trail or the multi-use trail be built. While RDOT has not said it's required, it's preferred that the Heritage Trail be built, or that being paid, because there would be that connection. And while it wouldn't currently connect to anything, a fee in lieu would let us potentially build it later, as it's a kind of a critical part of that larger trail system. So we would like to see as the open space was really part of the PUD. So it's 2 different things. That is the staff report. Do you have any?
I have a quick question, Donna. The Heritage Trail, do we have an exhibit of that of where it was supposed to go?
I'll pull that up on the map. It essentially runs along the highway.
Along 72?
Yeah.
Is it in the right of way or outside of the right?
It doesn't clearly say. It's essentially a dotted line on the map at this point.
Is the intent for the trail in other parts to be inside the right of way or outside the right of way? Is it an expanded sidewalk section?
It's
Technically outside.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Or within the right of way. You would have it included in the right of way dedication to. Sidewalk. You can do it either way. You can have an off.
Right, with this being RDOT.
You know, like instead of widening the sidewalk.
With this being RDOT, it kind of makes sense to keep it out of the right of way, I would think.
Okay.
We're amenable to either one, particularly with it, there being some challenging topography in this area. So. Very challenging topography.
So we do have a public hearing on this evening, and before we open that, as a reminder, this PUD was approved last year, as was stated. The amount of lots does not change, and I believe the access is very similar to the way that it was. For those of you that are present, you heard the request of the developer, along with the staff recommendations as well for us to consider as we look at the changes that are requested by the developers. So with that, I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for PUD 21-01.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak? Have any questions or comments or anything in regards to the PUD 2101, the Cedar Ridge complex?
We did get an email that was included in your package. Which was concerns about the proximity of the cave and also about the alignment of the entrance with her side. And that from a John Davis, a resident of Versailles.
Second call for anyone from the public that wishes to speak or have any comments or questions. And third and final call.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for PUD 2101 Cedar Ridge.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, the public hearing is now closed. I'm gonna try to knock these out then. Be in lieu of, per some of the discussion with RDOT, I guess. Staff supports that at this time.
Street improvements?
Yeah, well,
I haven't heard anything from the state as far as, 72 being widened. No request for that part. I don't, fee in lieu of, it's kind of, your kind of brothers. Get down the line that it's gonna happen, and yeah, I think we do a fee in lieu of, but if they're gonna do 72, it's gonna be a long stretch. That little spot's not gonna really matter too much to them, especially through that curve. They're gonna have to do a lot of upgrading. So not really too concerned about 72, in my opinion. I think more so my concern is that Heritage Trail with the PUD. It's, I know they're saying they're building the trail and they're working with the developer to the east, but it's winding on those property. It doesn't really connect back to that northwest side, whatever you want to say, so the trail can continue on towards Hiawassee. I don't know where it gets past Hiawassee, but that was the intent. The trail goes that way. The trail doesn't make a loop, go back out and come to the same place where it's coming in. I know they show it coming into the development. If you see the lay of the land, that hill, there's like 6% grade. I don't know how many kids are gonna be pedaling uphill to that way, 6% grade, but e-bike. E-bike, that's right. CCs. I mean, that's my concern. I would rather see something along 72 where the trail be done versus looping it around on a trail that's actually basically inside a subdivision and that aspect of it. I know we did talk to staff about 72. We haven't heard, we just don't know we're up there.
Is that something that the Trailblazers are involved with? Or is that separate? I saw some mention of Trailblazers in here.
Yeah, they're doing the soft service.
And that's with them. We're out of the loop on that. That's the developer and Trailblazers.
Well, we haven't followed up with them to see the plan, to see where they want it.
As far as the Heritage Trail,
That was my question.
Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission is working on updating the regional pedestrian and bicycle plan, and they are looking at routes for the Heritage Trail. I know that the Highway 72 route is very important. But that would be something that we have to look at. have to be looked at as a region. And again, kind of like with most of even our bicycle pedestrian plans that we have here, you know, for Centerton, we don't always know it exactly until you get down to really being able to plan it as to which side of the road is going to be more feasible to be on.
Here's what I'm getting at. If the fee in lieu is the route we want to go, we need a spot for it. So is that spot accounted for on these plans? I see there's a water line easement along the frontage. I don't know how Frank feels about that. But
Yeah, Frank don't have an issue.
I figured he
We got
would.
water lines underneath sidewalks now, but backing up to what you're saying, actually tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning, we're meeting with Walmart and we're meeting with Trailblazers because we're starting to kick off our phase 2 of McKissick Trail. They're finishing up phase 1. We're kicking off tomorrow to get the numbers on how much it's going to cost and come up with the financing with everybody. And like I said, we included the Walmart Foundation and the Trailblazers in the meeting tomorrow morning. That's going to take us to the intersection of Townview and Allen Road. When phase 2 is done, that's hooking up with Bentonville. And from our meetings in the past, that's where they're going to take it, and they're trying to go down Christian Lane and come over and hit Collier Trail.
They'll call you Kurt, Chuck.
Kohler.
Yeah.
I'm from north. But they're trying to hook up with that, so.
It's that 72 crossing that's getting.
Correct. So eventually it's gonna get really close. We just don't know if it's gonna go. I suspect it's gonna go to east of where we're at, but if it goes east of where we're at, it's still gotta connect up someplace to the Heritage Trail, the Heritage Trail that goes to the west. So that's my concern is that more so than 72 being widened, because we never thought 102 would get widened, and look what's happening. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime, and it's happening.
Well, and I guess where I'm at, if there's no other piece of infrastructure that this Heritage Trail can connect to at this time on this property on either side. The fee in lieu to me makes sense, but we can't have 3-to-1 grades everywhere where it's gonna go, or it just can't work in that spot. So if we think it's gonna be along the road, I think that can work, but we just need to make sure that it's planned for. So I see I see a little bit of some odd grading. I don't think anything that couldn't be overcome. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. I think this is a really important connection in the future for the bike trails, but where it goes still might be up in the air.
Well, even if, like they were talking, that trail goes pretty close to where they were talking about the cave. If they could come over by the cave with that future, if there's a future development, or even discuss it with that owner to the north or to the west, however you want to look at it, to bring that around and connect up there, that might even be a work. That's kind of going outside the box and asking stuff. That's,
That's kind of 2 separate trails.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I was saying, maybe they can come out of that bottom loop, come around by the cave, and then you have that connectivity from the east side to the west side, and you're bypassing that and you're trucking on.
Either way, I think if the fee in lieu is set, we're covered.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Lance, I got a question for you. Trails, is this being donated as an asset to the city? Are your guys gonna have to maintain this trail, or is
These
this?
trails in here, that's all them. That's nothing to do with
The Heritage Trail.
Heritage Trail.
No, I'm talking about,
Yeah, that's
okay right now.
That's how it works in other cities, for sure.
It's not given to us, it's given to them. We have nothing to do with that.
That's what I was gonna say. The trail that connects it actually to the existing sidewalk here at the end, you only got a 10-foot trail easement. That may not be enough. If we have to.
Where it connects into there.
Connection to the road.
Yes, sir.
That's just something I. I mean, they're,
Where you at?
they're working on it. If it's their deal.
These are all private roads in there and
Oh, it's right.
private roads and then it's
Okay, I'm.
their trail.
Okay.
That's kind of why it zooms in and out of their property because they're working.
As long as you're not getting the front. You were.
Oh, that's
We're looking out for you.
I appreciate it. Well, we're good. Yes, sir. Any other questions?
No, thank you, Lance.
Thank you.
Hey, where's that? Where's the 10-foot?
Right there, isn't it?
Right there. It's great.
Trail easement, 10-foot trail easement.
These trails to be public access.
The two parcels.
It's a private street.
Yeah, that's what Lance said. Everything's private there. So it's not our,
These trails are not accessed by.
Lance just said he's not gonna have to fool with it. So-
Well, his question is, how is it public through a private street?
I thought that was part of the reason whenever we
Lance
rezoned
just
it.
said they're private streets.
Yes, sir, and that's private street, but there's no parking, there's no public access on a private street. Correct.
Well, you've got,
That was part of the rezone.
you've got, you got an ingress egress easement. They have to leave the street open, right? So, yeah, so, I mean, they can't block the street, but it's not a trail, it's not a trailhead. I mean, this is just a way to connect the subdivision to get out to the trail.
Right, I think it's just for the
It's
really.
almost like a private connection. I mean, they don't see it as a trailhead.
There has to be a trailhead somewhere.
I got a little overexcited with my.
I think to
These are
the east,
private streets, though.
yeah, they're private streets, but I think
It's private streets from a maintenance perspective. But there's nothing that says the public can't drive down there and they can find a parking spot, they can park. I mean,
If there's a gate at the front, right? Public street.
it's not a gated. It's not a gated.
to the loop, you go to the east point, whoever's got the little mousey.
All that is, way I'm looking at that is that's just the subdivision entrance to the trail. I know, yes, you can, but like Lance is saying, the public entrance is on the east
It's
side.
something in here is where they were talking about having a trailhead parking.
Yeah.
That's that other Brandon, I think his name is, if I'm correct. Yes, they were talking about having a trailhead here, parking and everything where they can access that, do that. But as far as on the private street, it's just not.
I think it's just important we get the fee in lieu for the trail.
So we feel okay about the fee in lieu of for the trail.
Is there a question on that?
Everybody okay with the reduction of green space from 51% to 40%?
Still meets.
Still meets the PUD ordinance.
Okay. Is there an acceptable number, Joey, that you want to throw out for trees that's not 1,196?
Yeah, no, that's not acceptable. I think the main concern is the street trees, one per lot's a typical subdivision. That's not anything PUD worthy. I think street trees are the main concern. I think a typical requirement's 1 per 20 linear feet of street frontage. And that carries through driveways and everything, so you'll have to cluster some to pick those up. That's what I would be looking for. Does everybody else find that acceptable?
I agree.
Along with what you have proposed right now, the 51.
Or a number you're willing to accept?
When you say like 20, like per 20 foot on street frontage, you're meaning that like private road that we're building there
Talking
or
about 72
on Highway 72?
street trees.
I mean, we want to have more trees. It's not that we're opposed to that. It's just what is available. We're having to cut out some of those trees in order, like the traffic study showed that a lot of those trees had to be cut out in order to make it safe for people to turn onto there. So it's not a matter of that we don't want more trees. It's just like, I'm not sure where we're expected to plant them with the way the development is going right now.
Need to cluster some street trees essentially
On Highway 72.
along the street, along the highway frontage. Like shade trees, like substantial trees.
I mean, yeah, we can do that. It just won't be in any of those places that are already gonna be cut out, which
Correct.
is.
For your site distance, yeah, 100%. But that area needs to be accounted for in your total. That was my point.
So I would say that we'll have to do some math to figure out what that number is. More than 51. That was good as far as the questions, right?
How does that even
Yeah, give me just a minute. Got your engineering calculator there. It'll do.
Jason, street improvements? Trail. Yeah.
Brian's done it in his head.
Trust me, you don't want.
I mean, let's just leave,
We're horrible, man.
let's just leave it at 1 to 20 and we can figure it out. We don't have to have a specific number.
So fee in lieu for the Heritage Trail, 40% were okay, and trees, we're gonna do 1 per 20.
It's gonna be around 80.
80.
So that would be the 51 plus approximately 80 along.
No, I mean, on our.
Yeah, that's it, right? Donna, make sure we're. that covers
Donna?
everything, right? Okay. Everything okay, Isabel? Does that answer all the questions?
I guess the only thing y'all didn't just mention was the RDOT. We don't need to develop or have a highway for Highway 72. That's exactly what they're doing. Not needing to work on Highway 72.
Correct,
So we just need to be able to report the heritage trail.
correct.
And just a clarification, they're just over the 15% slope requirement. I don't see an issue with that, given the trails that they're expecting the,
I mean, I think I'm okay with it. I mean,
It's a steep piece of property. Yeah.
Okay. If there are no other questions, then I would entertain a motion for PUD 2101 Cedar Ridge PUD amendment.
Make a motion to approve PUD 21-01 Cedar Ridge PUD amendment.
Second. We have a motion and a second. It is a public hearing. So Lorraine, if you'll do a roll call for me, please.
Ken Lewis,
Yes.
Amber Beal,
yes.
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 Sean Sessoms,
Yes.
Sean Davis, and Jeff Safer.
Yes. All right, next on the agenda this evening is subdivision 2111 Cedar Ridge Patio Homes preliminary plat, Highway 72 West, 56 single-family lots, just over 20 acres, and it is zoned R3 single family.
Rhode Island representing Sweet Civil Engineering. Approval for this job, Cedar Ridge Patio Homes. On 56 buildable lots. 6 lots. Pond. We're fitting inside all the parameters for the PUD, aside from some outliers. That's all I got.
Donna, do you have a staff overview?
Yes, but first, a quick question. Do you want to comfortable
What are your thoughts on going?
The lots are not gonna change, correct?
They shouldn't.
I don't think
Or-
much changes at all.
Yeah, I think we're okay to consider it since we're talking about the lot in the home.
Okay. So the request is for 57 single-family zero lot line patio homes. We did the PUD that was approved in June of last year with the underlying zoning of our single family. The PUD is with the 20.27 acres residential and conservation area. There is a conservation design with setbacks for the PUD that was approved. There are no accessory buildings planned. Open space was 40%. The architectural facade walls with 100% architectural materials, including brick and fiber cement board. There will be uncovered parking spaces. And this will be approved with the PUD. There will be no improvements for the highway as just approved. And the Heritage Trail, which we will be receiving and will go over with staff. We did receive a traffic safety review that determined that as long as there were some grading and street removal that improved the site triangle aligning with the side, that there wouldn't be any sort of turn lane or other improvements made to the highway. Requiring right-of-way dedication for Highway 72. We did get a wetlands assessment for the floodplain. There was an intermittent stream and 2 ephemerals. The ephemerals are, there will be no permitting if the ephemerals are not impacted. The intermittent, I will have a trail going over it. That will be the responsibility of the trailblazers to do any permitting or if necessary. If there's any karst features that are uncovered, the appropriate federal agencies will need to be contacted to an extent of any sort of development. We did get a technical assistance letter from Fish and Wildlife Services dated September 17th, which recommends contacting the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding any additional work that needs to be done. As our area includes bats and Indiana bats. We could recommend coordinating with them heavily as there's the proximity. Something to develops that there is the possibility of some species. There is an existing electrical line. There was a leak that was provided for relocating the Carroll electrical line. The drainage report has been submitted and is recommended for approval. There is a pretty substantial detention pond near the highway, as I'm sure you can see on the grading plan. Stormwater runoff is currently conveyed southeasterly to the creek. The site is designed with swales to infiltration as well as levee in the detention pond. There's also some site plantings. There will need to be a trash receptacle installed in the park for the PUD requirements. The remaining comments, the plans will need to be updated for the PUD amendment, which is what most of the comments are relating to as they exist now. Is the general staff report.
Donna, any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
So it was a consultation with Fish and Wildlife done. It just says it may be needed if.
So the letter should be included in your packet towards the end. It was a technical guidance letter. And it provides some basic list of resources that are available and basically further steps that could be taken.
Guidance, in other words.
It's a guidance.
I have one question. After your outfall towards your pond, you show a 6-foot fence going around the entire pond. Your outfall goes fence?
Fence. Yeah, so there is a trickle channel there. Right.
How's that fence not gonna impede your 100-year flow of water into the pond?
And it's going over the top of the berm and that trickle channel. Missing some lights.
Yeah, it probably needs to be.
Instead of what we got shown there now, yes. I don't know, that's grading sheet. Put that on there. Okay. So yes, okay, I know you don't have it, but you got detail 9, which an outlet structure. There are a concrete weir.
I'm talking about the inflow to your pond.
The inflow? Oh, that is piped underground.
Yeah, but it discharges, it daylights before the fence. And then it's supposed to flow through the fence to get to the pond.
Sorry, that's the outlet. That's the end. Coming from our subdivision into the cul-de-sac into the pond.
Right.
The pipe's going out. That's our outfall.
The outfall is at the north, top right.
Yes. Top right.
This is your outlet, right?
Yes.
This stops short, the water's gonna flow through here. Correct? This gets into the pond?
Yes.
This fence is gonna impede that flow through there. So y'all probably need to pipe it under the fence.
Understood. I can make that change. Yes.
Any other comments or questions from any of the commissioners? If there are not, then I would entertain a motion for subdivision 2111, the Cedar Ridge patio pond preliminary plat.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to approve PUD 2101, Cedar Ridge plat, outstanding staff comments.
I'll second. Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? Thank you, guys. Good luck. All right, next on the agenda this evening is track split 2204. Clam is at 14044 LC Hickman Road, zoned A1, 7.99 acres. Track 1, 1.52 acres, and track 2, 3.46 acres. The applicant here to give us.
Sarah Clam, property owner of the 5 acres.
I just wanted to split it.
Yes, we're wanting to split it. We have want to build on the other.
you. Eric, you want to give us a quick staff overview?
A1, which is split would not move to the sorry, rezone will be tract plaza within city limits, therefore subject to city zone. Access to tract B is through a 20-foot ingress egress easement by plat P3888, which gives access to LC Hickman Road. Tract A will have a 30-foot access easement dedicated by tract split. So that's to be aforementioned. No road dedication is required. Utilities, the private 15-foot utility easement is shown as dedicated to this plat within tract B. And the 20-foot ingress egress easement may allow utilities to be placed within these boundaries. No wetlands or flood zones are on the property. And no buildings on the property currently.
We have a story. So I mean, since this has been submitted, we've gone vertical, but not very far into it.
Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
My question was, and I think it's answered, is why, why this wasn't a consent or ratification or whatever, but it's because of the zoning. Is that correct?
I have a question about that.
Sure, you can ask us now.
Just because of, when I looked, it said that the A1 should have been switched whenever it was split into a 5-acre tract. We bought it as a 5-acre tract. And so now we are going to have, extended period of time of waiting because we weren't notified. And also because we have extra cost. I mean, it's not a huge cost, but enough to be an annoyance considering that we should have been told this, during the whole process of applying.
Our code does allow for lot split to a minimum of 5 acres without having to read them. Now that you're splitting that. And what I've done prior is so that it doesn't hold up the tract split, as long as you apply your application in rezoning, then we can go ahead and this is what we've done before. We would process the tract split. And then that rezoning is in process.
So then for closing for us and that kind of thing, can we move forward with that? Or do we still need to wait until all
it's up to the commission to actually state that in their motion?
For the sale of the property?
I don't think we dictate the closing of it.
So I'm just saying, but can we move forward with financing and
That's gonna be-
transitioning to a different property?
It's split, if the track split is processed, which I think is kind of a risky situation, then technically it's 2 pieces of property, you could split it.
Okay.
But your lending agency or whoever, it would be a non-conformity at that point because of the zoning. That's gonna be all.
So we're still gonna have to wait.
Well, I don't know. You need to consult them, but technically it would be 2 pieces of property.
If that helps. I don't think we can.
Just, my husband was like, can't we be waived or something, just because it was kind of one of those things where it's a long and confusing process for a homeowner or a landowner at this point. And been working on it since November, even though the application was submitted in January. Just there's a little bit of frustration on our parts, just for both our sake, moving forward with some of the things that we're planning to do. And then also for our friends who are purchasing it, that they're going to have a delay. So, I mean, it'll all be okay, man. But annoyance.
I mean, if that's how staff has moved forward in the past and wants to, I mean, we can do that, and technically it would be 2 pieces of property, which technically can be sold. You have to just consult your.
With whoever else is in.
There's no other comments or questions, that I would entertain a motion for track split 2204, Clam, it's a 14044 LC Hickman Road.
Then I'll make a motion to approve track split 2204.
Mr. Jared, I'll second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? Thank you. Good luck. Next on the agenda this evening is Development 2103, the Dairy Queen Extension. As a reminder, this is at the northeast corner of Highway 102 and Copper Oaks Drive. It is zone C2. Just over 1 acre. Or did the developer come in this evening?
No change to the plans. They are having some trouble. They have to find a second tenant in order to get their financing, so.
We want it now.
I know, I do too.
Blizzards, John. There's your blizzards.
I want to know why the delay.
You can be the second tenant.
Talk to me.
Want to open yourself a restaurant?
Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners? If not, then I would entertain a motion for the extension for Dairy Queen.
I'm going to approve 2103 Dairy Queen extension.
Second.
Motion is second. Is anyone opposed? All right, next is Development 2119, the Mo's entry off Highway 102. It's at 580 East Centerton Boulevard. Is staff going to cover this, or is the developer here to give us an overview of what you're wanting to do?
Just a backup for backup.
I mean, what is that?
I'm with it.
You know what they want to do? All right. What do y'all want to do?
My name is Jackson Bird. I'm a contractor representing the developer. They want to open the drawings that submitted. Yeah. Coming off of the entry off of 102 or Centerton Boulevard there, to make a right-hand turn into the Mo's restaurant has proved to be damaging to cars and curbs and egos. Yeah, so they want to open that up and make it where folks can come into the Mo's lot at that first entrance rather than going on Allen Road and around into the drive through there. So there's pictures of bumpers and rims and all kinds of fun stuff. That also with that, there's some traffic guides, raised curb in the middle of the entry there. That's a story that I'm not aware of.
Keep people from going left.
That's a long.
Yeah, it's a no left turn.
Doesn't work, by the way.
It's just a minor speed bump to those that want to try it. So remove those, pour it back into flat concrete, and then open the curb lanes up so people can.
My trailer will thank you.
Yeah.
It was to turn for people coming over the hill.
Yeah.
It doesn't do any good.
Yeah, it didn't do any good.
Okay, Donna, staff, anything to add from a staff perspective?
RDOT permit today, and staff has minor comments. So note the whole person on that.
All right, if there are no questions or comments from any of the commissioners, I would entertain a motion for Development 2119, the Mo's entry change as presented.
Deborah, I'll make a motion to approve development 21-19, Rose Entry Drive.
Joey, a second.
Motion in a second. Is anyone opposed? Gosh. The next thing on the agenda this evening is subdivision 2203 Prairie Brook Phase 2 Final Plat. It's at the northeast corner of Tycoon and Bush Road, zoned R3 Single Family, 30 buildable lots, lots 36 through 65, 5.33 acres, and the developer is Schubert Mitchell. Are you not?
R.A. Levo, Original Homes. Here to answer what you guys may have.
Diane, you want to take us through staff comments?
Yes. Out on this one, let's see. This is phase 2 of the Prairie Brook subdivision, and it is at the northeast corner of Bush Road and Tycoon. That's north of phase 1. And it is zoned R3, and it is the total remaining part of the subdivision is a total of 29.04 acres. Now, of course, this phase is just 5.33 or something to that close proximity acres. Ooh, I was right, 5.33 acres. There are 30 single-family lots, lots 36 through 65. And then track B, which would be the remainder of the subdivision that's left to build out, and that's 24.07 acres. All of the adjacent street agreements, improvements were completed with phase 1. A bit to get all of it straightened out with the phase 1, but those have been completed. There are still some remaining items from phase 1. As far as like the detention basin, final grading, sod and riprap, but there is currently a performance bond in effect for those items, because if you recall, the detention pond, it pretty much traverses all of the phases. So it's going to be used as a sediment basin until the final phase is completed. So that performance bond will be held until everything is done. Covenants, those were also approved and recorded, and that covers the entire subdivision. We have received their warranty bonds for streets, drainage, water, and sewer, and a horrible misspelling of sewer. And they have been approved by staff. They just turned in the original bonds to me tonight when they came by. The streets and drainage is $147,597.55. And the water and sewer, again, that's just 50% for 1 year, but the full amount is $11,067. Then the 50% of that is $55,533.50. Like I said, there is the performance bond that still remains, and that's $75,740. And record drawings, because again, there are still some things that have to be ironed out with phase 1 record drawings. So we still hold the $5,000 bond for that. They were approved waivers for a detention pond, the slope requirements for the 4:1, a trickle channel in the detention pond, and storm inlet type. Those were all approved. Assuming that you guys approve this based on any remaining staff comment, it will go to city council on 4/12/22. Pension bond. It has the record drainage for phase 2 has been approved. Alan still had some comments from the phase 1, but again, performance bond for that. All of their site work has been completed, and any remaining comments for the phase 2 are very minor on the and also the final plat. In fact, there's no comments left of the final plat. So overall, it looks pretty good. We just still have those remaining things hanging out from phase 1, but that one, it was a challenge with Tycoon and Keller and Bush Road and some issues that they had with those.
Any comments or questions from any of the commissioners? If there are not, then I would entertain a motion for subdivision 2203 Prairie Brook final phase 2, the final plat, which would be the final plat and the bonds approval.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to approve subdivision 2203 Prairie Brook Phase 2 final plat with the remaining staff comment.
Second.
Motion is second. Is anyone opposed? Thanks. Good luck. All right, next on the agenda this evening is subdivision 2119, the Estates preliminary. It's 5660 North Rainbow Farm Road. The duplex lots, 7.9 acres, and it is zoned R3D. The applicant here, hiding out in the back in the dark, I see. Better wake up, lady.
Bell did that.
Give us an overview.
At about 8 acres, 23 lots. Mentioned in the southeast corner. Sanitary sewer gravity feed goes offside. West. It'll tie into the sewer that's being proposed. Subdivision on the corner of Daisy and Roadside. The fire code have an access drive on the southwest corner. Not a whole lot else to it. There's sidewalk out front.
Walk us through the adjacent street improvement. Pretty typical.
Yeah, 6 foot wide, street widening. Green space. Trail. There'll be trees out there. I need to add trees to that. And street lights. No curb and gutter. Just a stick. Pick that up, take to the detention.
Donna, you want to go to staff overview?
All right. So this was rezoned to R3 duplex. And then early last year. To from agriculture. It is located on North Rainbow Farms Road. And as mentioned, there is going to be a swale which is consistent with what is around it. Staff has looked over the adjacent street agreement and has generally approved it with the addition of the street trees and the street lights, so, minor adjustments. There is public water adjacent to North Rainbow Farm Road. There is sewer nearby, directly adjacent. Here has looked over the drainage report. It follows a similar flow as the pre-developed conditions, and will go to the proposed detention pond. There are street trees provided adjacent to Rainbow Farm Road and on the south and eastern property lines of the detention pond. It's for you, Joey. There are street lights on the internal area of the subdivision and at the north and south entries of the Rainbow Farm Road. along Rainbow Farm. There is one lot that's about a foot short of the lot width requirement, but it looks to be a pretty simple correction, and we don't see any problem with approving it.
One question
What's that?
to Lance, maybe. The street section. Why did we go with the ditch and not curb and gutter and build out?
In the fact that there's no other curb and gutter out there on that side.
Start somewhere.
It's kind of what talked about. Probably the first or second. I was like, there's no other.
Isn't there curb and gutter on the west side of the road with the new?
Just the roadside, but.
Am I in the wrong spot here?
It's south of Brookside Road.
I think the badminton or. what is it,
Yeah.
Ace Your Game is directly north of this.
There's no curb and gutter on that. We stay consistent with the area.
Got it. I think we missed the mark, but I understand. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming them.
It was considered.
Bus got backed up and run over.
It was considered that way because south of this, you'd have to have curb and gutter there. Then it would have to go back across the street to pick up over on Brookside Estates, because there's nothing that runs on that Bentonville side. They decided it would probably create more of an issue than it would fix at the time.
You mentioned he's planting trees, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
He missed that, I think. All right, any other questions or comments for the preliminary plat? If there are not, I would entertain a motion for the preliminary plat and adjacent street agreement.
John, motion to approve subdivision 2119. Jason Street.
Second. Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, thanks, Larry. Good luck. All right. Next on the agenda is a discussion / concept. This is for the Hyman property, southwest corner of Cutbirth Lane and the future of Wolverine Drive. It is zoned A1. It's 27 acres. And it's a concept plan by Tim.
Hi, Tim. And I'll just say, it's so nice to be in front of you all again. So happy to be here.
Even though we're approaching way past bedtime.
Yeah.
Even though it's 9:39.
Hey, I'm breathing, I'm good. We have run around this rose bush a time or two, right? And we've gone back and forth on some of the access issues to this piece of property. And some of it is timing issues as it relates to Maple estates across Wolverine. Some had to do with Diamond Estates that's to the south, and the timing of those constructions, because what we have right now is a portion of Wolverine built through to the current phase of Maple Estates. Okay, it only allows for us here. I'm going to go over here.
Yeah, thank you.
That usually hasn't been a problem for me. This access point is in our improvements along Wolverine to finish out Wolverine is really our only current. I'm not going to say legal because I don't want that to be misleading. It's the only finished and developed access to a roadway that we're gonna be able to create. Okay, so there's future access points, and we had talked about having an access down here to Diamond, but their plans got through the system approved, doesn't have a stub out, so we're showing this stub out to the west for future. This stub is out to the remainder piece of the property if the Hymans and whatever ever want to sell and develop or whatever. I have a preliminary layout to make sure how that can lay out, okay? But this is our point of access. Obviously, I got more than 30 lots. So working with fire department, okay, where can we get another access point? Because there is no right of way currently dedicated. Now, I think that's still the case for this portion of Wolverine until you get up to past to the north above Cutbirth. And that won't be dedicated, even though they intend to, and they're moving forward. And I think they just got approved or close to it. But that won't happen until final plat. There's been some letters and correspondence back and forth. Isn't that correct? Or am I mistaking that?
Is this the one that we talked about dedicating prior to the?
They stated that they would get with San, yes, with.
Yes, and we tried to coordinate that, but quite frankly, to defend their stance, why should they help competition go to market quicker? Really? I mean, I can't fault that. I don't like it. I think it's kind of, well, anyway, I'm gonna keep my feelings. So, but anyway, they aren't motivated.
Is that a no-go?
That's a no-go.
Okay.
Unless there's, anyway, that's a no-go.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I hear you.
So when their final plat comes through, that will create right of way that would give us a second access point here, or right here, that matches up with another of their roads. But that doesn't function. And so we're ending up having to either do phase plan to do less than 30 lots and only utilize this. And I would approve I'd get the whole thing designed, bless, show phase lines, so that ultimately I don't have to worry necessarily about stopping construction. It's just what I can final plat based on their schedule, assuming the whole world doesn't end and they keep moving forward, okay? But the issue that we started looking at with staff, and again, we've had multiple iterations, is we have dedicated right of way along Cutbirth that comes all the way to this corner. It varies and it's not consistent. It gets consistent as I understand it, and please, if I misstate this, correct me. But as Maple's final phase, it will dedicate and clean up the right of way on Cutbirth, at least on the south side. But there's dedicated right of way, some maybe 30 feet or 40 feet as you progress, okay, to this corner. And so what we talked with fire was, okay, well, can we come off of that corner? Because we're going to end up dedicating right of way along our north property line, which we went back and forth on that with staff, whether we wanted to or needed to or not. And I think the last meeting we discussed was that, yes, we'll dedicate the right of way. The question is, does the road need to continue for any reason? And we're happy to pay our half fee in lieu of, but the property to the north, it's already developed. And so at some point to continue and build through that valley, the extension of Cutbirth, you'll have right of way, but at some point getting the full section, I don't know when that will happen, okay? So what our thought was is to do the whole thing and have fire access, so we don't have to worry about phasing necessarily, is to create a fire access back here. We're going to have a lift station by this detention lot, but actually do just a fire access only that'll serve as access to the lift station on what would be the Cutbirth right of way. And come into the subdivision there. That takes care of our fire access. It gives us the right separation between the triangle separation for fire code. It's crazy. I still don't know that I understand, but I get it. But that meets the needs. Why we are here is I think we've gotten on the same page with staff. Staff? Yes. I want to make sure I'm on the same page with you all, because my developer hadn't bought that property yet. And our decisions, both with staff and with you all, if this changes in the process, I'm assuming he's going to move forward, but I don't know. So my question is, I don't need the whole approval on Cutbirth. Do you want the right of way dedicated? Do you want the street built now? Or are you okay in the fee in lieu of our frontage on Cutbirth? What do you all want? Are going to be okay with?
First question I have is what's the master street plan show?
80 foot.
8 foot?
80. 80.
All the way,
All the way.
but it wasn't dedicated on, or it was dedicated on the north?
I can't remember on the north.
I think it was only 30 feet on the north.
30 on the north.
They didn't build it.
That was prior to the master street plan.
Was there a fee? Go ahead. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Was there a fee in lieu paid for that section?
That was when the discussions of Cupper Lane.
Yeah.
One other, and I don't want to, I just want to give the information. I want you to have all the information that's in my head so y'all can make, just want to educate.
And it's gonna be real late if we do that.
Oh, well, sorry, I'll keep it short. This review, this is my drainage discharge location. Got some creative ways, Joey, you know I do, of getting rid of that without causing problems, right? That's my plan there. But the elevation of Cutbirth here also, if it ever is to be built out, is going to loom above this subdivision. Okay? And I think we even talked about leaving room or saving space for a trail to go through there, which dedicating the right of way does that. But
So you're saying your pond would need to go under the road?
it will drain under a road, yes. I just don't propose to drain it through a pipe into that road, because what will happen on the other side of that road? And I will have to make sure street department's okay with my crazy theories and ideas.
Is that pond gonna be half on, half off?
It is, and that has to get fixed too, because ultimately, whether or not, my understanding from staff and attorneys, they do not want this just in an easement. And that's how we set up to do it, because we got access issues for driveways and whatnot. So this portion will have to actually be purchased or agreed to be swapped into Anderson Custom Homes, so it can be platted in one lot for the stormwater and the sewer.
They don't own that other one?
No, so this,
On that whole chunk of,
this is being retained by one of the original property owners, and this is retained by the other. And both of those have to have access through what we're doing. I got a lot of moving parts in this one.
Yeah.
My only concern is if you're just doing 20 foot through here, that intersection with that not being built right there, and somebody's coming down to hit Wolverine because Wolverine's gonna be finished, you're missing a piece of the pie here. So something's gotta happen here where a car can safely get on asphalt. This over here, if you get a fire down here, something's going on, you're gonna have to have access up here. I would rather see it 24. If we required them to do 24, I would rather see 24 all the way through here and have it finished. I mean, we got enough space there. Finish it while it's there, because if you come back in here, you want to do it with the lift station being there and fences being there, utilities being in there, that's kind of a more of a, so it's gonna be really tight, and it's gonna be.
That's not a public, that's
Let
not.
me speak to that a little bit, because when this happens, Wolverine will be finished, and this intersection will basically get finished on these two sides, right? I don't want this to be a drive. In fact, I would propose that we gate it for access to this and fire, to let it be fired, but it would really end here. This intersection, other than this side, the north side, this intersection will be finished. I think it'll be really clear. This will come off more like a driveway for the fire, was my thoughts. And I want to make sure our radiuses work and all that stuff, but I don't want to encourage traffic down there.
And I understand.
Yeah, she just did.
That's gated. You get a fire here, these people better have hot dogs and marshmallows, because they ain't gonna do. So I think, and I had another subdivision do the same thing. I just think that's gotta be a public, that's gotta be open. They gotta have two ways. That's my opinion.
Okay, but hold on. At the end of the day, we will have an access right here onto Wolverine when Wolverine gets finished. It's shown schematically right here. We've had it in multiple versions, always had an access point here. The issue is I've got to line up with Maple Street. I can't have this all set, but this will be either here or right here where it was on the plans in the previous version. So that is only temporary.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we decided to do away with this northern access onto Wolverine because it would help you with your drainage and getting off of your drainage pond because of the slope of it.
Yes, we had talked about that in the meeting. The developer wants to keep the two primary access points onto Wolverine. And because they don't want to come into that north, they want to hopefully dress this up to a level that they've got a nice presentation to Wolverine and let that be the focal point. So this is always the intent of our developer to be purely the lift station access and fire access. And the fire access is really only needed because of that separation issue.
Right. And once either somebody develops west of you,
Because
or you get this onto,
Or I would just rather see that out there now than later, know where it's going. This up here, I mean, if you're allowed to gate them, then we need at least a fee in lieu of half the street improvement.
Yeah. I would have.
But I mean, without knowing where.
Are those plans not done?
20-foot
Yeah,
road.
would putting that is there then basically dictate what Maple would be required when they come to?
You've already approved.
We've already approved them, so it should be set.
We should know where
right?
they're at then, right?
Yeah, so you can line that drive up.
Yeah, and we can provide those plans so they can line up.
Okay.
And at some point, we had this actually came in and did this to try to hit that. At that point, that's the best information we had about where their little tree was. But for what Dan's looking at now, that's changed. It's like, okay, how many times am I gonna roll these dice?
So you have public right of way going to the east on the north side of your site, and you need
That one or that one? That's
that,
fire lane.
no, that one, the east, yeah. And really, if we built a cut burst section or a modified section to accommodate a fire apparatus, that would serve the purpose as well, right?
Yes, I just don't, if cut burst net not going to be improved, and I think I know where you're going. Fee in lieu of at some point.
You're gonna pay it.
After 5 years, or you may net right. So there's negatives that go along with that.
Right.
My issue is if we're truly gonna pursue building out cut burst, okay, whether it's fee in lieu of or we build our half section now, fine. If we build that half section now, I'm dictating what everybody has to match to. And it's not my intent to design that whole thing. I don't know if y'all have required that in the past.
But it can't go north, so Cutler's only gotta go that way.
That's right.
It can't be north, so I mean, it's gonna be built, it's gotta be built.
But you got the right of way for Wolverine connecting to Herbal, which really to me looks like a better scenario for an arterial, but I won't get in the middle of your street, master plan. Just cut.
Really, the question is Cutbirth realistically going to be extended west?
Because I don't, anyway. I don't want to waste my developer's money, but on the assumption that we want it, but we're never going to build it. I also don't want to assume that you're never going to build it because we're growing like weeds. My question is that the one you want, or does Herbal make more sense? We're just going to come through at some point with this, and I've got to get this fleshed out before closing.
But what impact do you have on that northern connection?
What impact do we have?
So do we want Herbal or Cutbird?
Well, what I was saying on Herbal is if Wolverine is one of your primary collectors or arterials, and it runs all the way up to Herbal, as I drive along Herbal, it sets up in my mind better for an arterial or a larger feeder because of what it is and where it is, but I don't know these streets like y'all know these streets.
It is an arterial.
It is an arterial?
Herbal is.
Herbal is.
This is a minor.
This is a minor collector. Okay. And at some point I don't know if we're too close or we need it or not, but y'all have had those discussions. I haven't.
Have to use part of it.
But only temporary.
Till they forever last, just for the fire access. One thing he hasn't stated as much that I'm very worried about is that discharge of water from the pond going north further. You need some pretty large box culverts, a bridge, something down the line when we expand that, which is certainly much more expensive than just grading and paving.
So are you trying to tell us that should be part of the half improvement?
It's something that we have to be aware of, but with the half improvements, that's part of that half improvement is how are we gonna do that going on with the water? Or if it's not gonna be improved, to try to go over that valley and that road. You know, if are we looking at 20 years on the line, maybe put it through, or are we looking at, like I said, 5 or never?
And that's what I was running into when I was looking at the point of discharge, because
Yes.
you got several parking challenged people in this room.
Well, I want to see
I love my
you.
parents, and I didn't play professional basketball.
Oh, wait, that failed miserably.
I'm totally lost that.
I know what happened here. Hang on just a second. I clicked too much and my computer had a heart attack.
Okay, wonderful. So.
I'm making you chase
The oxygen. So this is the low point, and the discharge coming off of this after it passes through this big basin that we're going to improve and try to add storage and pretty up so I can keep pipe sizes downsized as much as possible. This is my primary basin. This is my discharge right there on that northern property. Okay. Now, that's part of the reason why this developer doesn't really want to own this. He's got an agreement to allow this to be sized for with the seller and handle their future developed flows, which that's what I've estimated right here. But what we end up doing is my ideas of how to discharge through this, because that's the low point, and I don't like getting threatened with lawsuits, so I'm going to protect that channel. Our half improvements go from really what we're benefiting by to all the way to wherever that would end. And we'll do it, you know, as part of that. That ends up becoming either part of our fee in lieu of, I'm assuming, or our improvements that are needed. But it really doesn't serve us. And I don't know that it benefits anybody. I don't want to waste the money. But that's where it's all discharging. So you know what I'm talking about. I want to make a huge weeping structure right there that actually bleeds right under the road, and all the energy is dissipated and I don't have pipes. But I'm sorry, and I don't know your name yet. Alan, Tim Story, nice to meet you. We'll talk further. But trying to get creative there, you're still going to be elevationally way high on what you need to be to come up and not have this big, huge sagging. just a lot of dirt work and the design to match it with future connection to it. Tony, you know, just trying to build and design half of a road, not even just side to side, is challenging. So. Anyway. I'll set up.
But what I heard was Lance say that he's not opposed to a fee in lieu of in that particular section, correct? Staff feel about that? On that road,
I agree, just because the connections there are going to be difficult. So.
Ryan, the 5-year rule, that's,
We don't have that.
no, it's a our code. It's a state.
Yeah, it's statutory, yeah.
But the developer has to ask. For it. I've yet to have the developer actually ask.
Yeah.
Think you promise on the deal?
I don't think they will, but I can't.
That's something we definitely need to keep.
Right, all right.
Years ago, I had the developer say, just use the money for any sidewalk you want to do in town, and wrote a letter. I don't know if that held up in court, but he never asked for it.
So I think the guidance would be the fee in lieu of for that.
Okay.
The half section.
Section,
Yes.
so whatever, however far west we own.
Take into account the discharge, I'll call it, if that helps your west.
And question. This kind of goes back to Lance, to get the intersection cleaned up. Would we like to go ahead and get that done with this? Take that out of the fee in lieu for the rest of Cutler. I think that's a good idea.
Yes, please, because then we can control it traffic wise and we don't have people spilling on.
Exactly. Exactly, and then you can butt your fire or lift station access up to that and run it down and through.
That's a great idea.
Everybody on board with that?
Okay.
Yeah, I know you two probably are.
I love this collaborative effort.
We'll have to finalize exactly what that fire access and everything is coming in, but yes.
Sure.
And then Wolverine would be built.
Yes, we'll build all, so what we will do is if this slows or get moving to where we can continue to progress, we'll build all this. Okay, we may build to here, depending on what they're doing. Or we may build the whole thing before they get done, but I don't see that happen. What I expect to have happen is they'll probably continue building Wolverine, finish before we're done. They actually have to build past Centerline a little bit. Sorry, I tried to work that out.
Yeah.
But, okay, so you're talking about a couple of feet of asphalt, right? But, and then we'll have to tie to whatever they do in their design and match, yeah. And finish out Wolverine, and we'll finish, now you didn't mean this Wolverine.
Yeah, I did. No.
Oh, man. And then we'll finish out this intersection past our property line with money out of the field. I'm totally cool.
I think that works best for
I think
everyone.
it does too.
Now, remind me on the adjacent development, one phase?
That's Maple Estates,
Right.
phase 3.
Okay,
And that's all one that's left. Yes.
so that road will be built with that phase. There's no funky stuff going on with it.
It's supposed to be.
Yes.
Or the approved adjacent.
Supposed to be. That's what we can give you right now.
That's why we had to come up with two different options to play, right?
The right of way was supposed to be dedicated with phase 2. Then they started breaking that out. and
Right,
It's something that messed things up a bit with their connections for everything, even,
Right,
Diamond and.
Yeah, I think it's our obligation to make sure that they don't try to break that up anymore when it gets done in the first phase. so we can get other development on the other side of the road that matches.
Phase 3 is the final phase, so.
For now.
For now.
Jim, does that take care of your questions?
I think so. I can inform my developer what staff and y'all have agreed on. And then he can run numbers and he can hopefully close on property. We can start real design.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
I don't see you on the agenda, Phil. It's too late. You're not on the sheet. I'm not calling it, man. I'm gonna call for an adjournment. See what happens.
We'll see you next week.
Sorry.
What do you got for us?
Some property, well, we've already come through with you guys on an approved PUD on Bush Road. The owner is looking at some additional property next door, possibly get a full paving plan. I think Donna has our layout. It's kind of L, the bottom right is really the 2 acres that we already went through a process with you guys on the PUD. And so we're now looking at additional 5 acres, which is the left side of this L. There seems to be just so much demand for this kind of a product that we're looking at expanding it to the whole 7-acre potential project. And wanted to just kind of get your temperature on this. We kind of heard the worry of higher density from the Roush Coleman project. And but we do think this is just a hot product and it meets the comp plan in terms of a variety of housing, something more affordable. What we tried to do was
the land use plan showing.
Yeah, remind me on that.
Well, I don't remember the wording, but the wording was, whatever the wording was, matching R3. And so what we did, when we did the 2 acres, we reduced that total density down to 7 units per acre.
With the underlying zoning meets the,
Yeah, now I don't know what the 5 acre is right now. Is it R3 right now? I think we still have to zone to R3.
I think that's correct.
But when we heard you before, like we reduced that 18 units, I think, down to 14 because that got us to 7 units an acre. So we said, okay, if we're at 7 units an acre and we've got 7 acres here and we match that same density, then we'd be at 49 units. That's where we came up with that number.
What's next to it? Or is there any?
There's nothing around. I mean, the east is Nottingham. It's the subdivision there east of us.
No, it's West Ridge Village. And Tameron's to the south.
To the north.
Well, Nottingham is part of West Ridge Village.
Yeah.
And then it's to the north and then to the south and further east is Tameron.
Westwood, the gated one. Huh?
Yes.
The way we've laid this out is we've shown, you see 4 just normal
representing.
Yeah, you can see 4 normal single family lots like you'd see in a normal R3 subdivision that would be separate ownership. They'd be sold with frontage to that road, and there's 3 here on Bush Road. So the idea is to allow it to look as much as we can like in R3 single family. There'll be 7 lots that are separate ownership, single family lots. And then the rest, everything interior would more or less be like we had shown on the PUD before. So a smaller house. Something more affordable. I believe we're in the 1,000 square foot range, is it right here? Yeah. 1,000, 1,100, something like that.
trying to find some GIS real fast.
Are you looking for the zoning or the future land use?
All, yes.
Currently, the small square on the southeast is zoned A1, and the vertical one to the southwest and northwest is actually an A1 right now. It's currently zoned.
The southeast may just not be updated. We already.
Correct, because that one is
We already
rezoned
zoned.
R3,
Okay.
R3 single family.
With the PUD that's currently active, but we're looking at trying to do something overall that makes sense in total. So we're talking about bringing a PUD back, and hopefully that's different than seeing the density on a Roush Coleman project, or anyone else that's just doing a heavy density zoning.
The densities, what you're looking for right there. Low to medium density for the future.
The light yellow corner is what they rezoned, and it is R3 single family.
And then what's to the west over here? And you'd, wait, you'd just be looking at the one, that one, right?
Yeah. That first one.
I think the temperature on the PUD, I think, was kind of because it was such a small kind of infill type deal. You know, I would hate to see this whole A1 turn into that kind of higher density type product in that specific zoning classification from the land use plan.
So, okay. So for that, is it calling for something different than what the 2 acre called for?
No, but I think it was considered differently because it was 2 acres.
To the left of it, you got the next 2 lots are 2 single-family houses. And then to the left, the dotted black line, that's Silver.
It's all low, medium density, right?
Medium highs, R3, single family.
Can you turn on the comp plan?
Oh, this is the comp plan.
That is the comp plan.
This is the land use plan.
So, I mean,
This is Silverleaf.
we would be looking at more of the medium than
is-
the low.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think 70 units an acre is high either, you know.
I think certainly more than they get in typical single family subdivision. I know our zoning classification says a range, but once you take out right of way and all that stuff.
Infill seems to be a popular topic, and a variety of housing is a popular deal. You know, I think Eric's feeling that it's a product that's really needed and wanted, and so that was why we wanted to
I mean,
present some more acreage this way.
I would be supportive of it. I think it's just gotta be, we gotta be careful how we lay it out so it fits. Right?
Yeah.
I think the buffer is important
Buffer.
Well, and maybe what makes sense, we try to do the buffer more along the street side, so it felt like you're still driving by a single family, but
I don't
maybe.
disagree with
maybe-
that,
Maybe the buffer makes better sense up against the other lots, you know.
but they have to drive by it.
Drive by it.
So I think it's really a combination of both, honestly. And I don't know if there's anything more creative out by the street. I don't know, you know, from a PUD perspective. And I don't know what that looks like, because I'm just gonna say there's no services out that way. Let me just put it that way. And I'm not sure this makes sense, but what other options are out there and available? I don't know. But I think we worry about the buffer, and I think we were worried about them driving by. What their perception is they drive by it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what would really, I think, be kind of cool is if, let's just say somebody owned all that vacant property right there, you know, picked up the other 2 that.
17 acre, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and you line it with smaller, single family homes and then have an interior layout.
With something
like
denser.
what you show. And then you get the feel, by all accounts.
Of the same subdivisions that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we tried to do on that layout a little bit. Yeah. And then, so, I mean, I think we're totally open. I think Eric is in terms of like working with y'all on a PUD, working on a layout, hearing the concerns of buffering and of the visibility. And we're not just asking for a straight zoning that anyone can take and run with, but maybe work with you on a PUD.
And I think we have another one that we did that not too long ago that was, I don't remember which one it was because it's late, but yeah, I think it can be done. I think we're open to it. I just, again, the buffer and I'll call it the perception, whatever you want to call it, when you drive down the road.
So we may need to bring the R3 zoning with the PUD. I don't know. You're gonna be against R3 here anyway, would you?
Single family?
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
I think it's consistent with everything else that's out there. And I think it's mainly my recommendation that I made to Roush Coleman is come with something with a similar zoning classification. Let's work out the density.
Yeah, And then I think in the PUD, we can work out all these other negotiations that need to happen for bringing that type of thing.
Yeah, can I'm Eric Roberts, I own the 2 acres and looking at this 5. If there's a significant pushback from West Ridge, Tamaron, how will that impact?
So that's part of the rationale on asking that the underlying zoning be the same.
Okay.
But then there's also the consideration of the PUD and the, I'm gonna say the increased density from a typical single family layout. That'll have to be worked out. And I imagine that's gonna be all of their concerns.
Sure, yeah.
So the
There
R3,
has to be some amenities with the PUD, right? If you're asking for higher density, there's gotta be something.
Green space.
Yeah.
More than trees.
Well,
open space.
open space.
Yeah, so there'll be the hearing on the rezone hearing, which will be public hearing. And so that will be, as long as that's consistent with what's around us, which I think is, hopefully that's not a huge hurdle, but then it's the PUD that starts looking at higher density and how we're gonna negotiate with neighbors.
But it's the underlying, I think, to answer your question. We can't tell you yes or no tonight. We can
understand
a
that.
direction like that.
I understand that. I just don't want to buy a $400,000 piece of dirt and have citizens really push. I know there's gonna be some people that would be opposed to it. But if everybody's opposed to it, I don't want to do it, you know?
I think you have to look at the underlying surroundings, and that's probably the guidance that each one of us would give you.
Sure.
It's the best we can give you tonight without saying yes or no or anything like that.
And I think the more answers you can have for them when they come, the better. And if you can, demonstrate that you understand their concerns, you're taking that into account, I think that's gonna go far for you. And I do applaud you for coming in beforehand and trying to get it figured out rather than waiting.
And I think explaining the PUD, because that is new, it's still new to us. I mean, we're probably just 2 years in, if that. And I don't think people understand that. And I think sharing those benefits certainly could help ease any angst of anybody that would be around it.
Well, it's definitely changing. I mean, everything tonight was R3. There's no R1s just because.
We actually had some about 2 or 3 meetings ago, believe it or not.
Yeah, I think if you meet the density of R3, even though it can be consolidated in a smaller area, I think that would be something that would help your case for PUD, because if you heard arguments earlier, right? I mean, it's a whole lot more than R3, right? It was going from 17. So I think if you keep in that concept, that really takes the argument away from the surrounding property owners that are zoned R3. I mean, you're just doing it in a different way.
Yeah, and I think when we had to reduce the density down before, that went to 7 units an acre, right? Which is within the R3 density. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we're trying to do with the 49 units when we called for that. So that should hit the 7 units at an acre at 7 acres. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Our next planning commission meeting is 4/19. I have the agenda.
I have one.
Lorraine has an announcement.
She said an item.
During the staff meeting today, the department heads all asked
Hey, guys.
if we could change the schedule for submittals where they had 1 week turnaround. Quantity that we have is not. So right now, we have 8 weeks prior to the meeting. I'd like to at least add a couple of weeks in there, give staff a couple of weeks each submittal to review.
I support deadlines. I support time,
And we're gonna bill
and I support you 100%. I don't think there's anybody on here that wouldn't. And I think it helps you. I think it helps us. And honestly, it should help them. I understand they don't want the time. But at the end of the day, if I check Dropbox on Friday before a meeting, I shouldn't have to check it again on Tuesday, because it's doing us a disfavor as well. So I'm all in favor of whatever deadline it is, whatever that is.
Definitely concur.
Plus, it took a week to print these.
So-
Trees are dying. There needs more trees now.
So
You guys spent all day doing that.
Are we holding the, caveat on the schedule that if you're not ready for planning commission, then you're not going? Okay.
which is part of the reason we had the special meeting. Yeah, and again, they can come complain to us. They're welcome to come myself or whoever they want. And I will always go back to what the guidelines are. And that's the reason that when our expectations, when a final plat comes in, if there's 22 comments, then I'm going to be upset. Tonight, seeing one with no comments, everything should, fine. I mean, that's honestly the way it should be. And again, I think we're doing everybody up here a favor and we're not extending it out. We're spending more time talking about the things that we should be talking about, through these meetings. So we definitely support the staff and all those.
Where's the calendar?
Our next meeting is the 19th and there's a council meeting for 12. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Anyone opposed?
I know when it's quiet and like instantly quick, that's good.
Thank you guys for your time tonight.
And still beat Joey's.